Best with hair grow.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, November 1st. This is the Fox News Rundown. The fight for the battleground states is both presidential nominees making their closing arguments in the same city in Wisconsin today. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more.
It's a sign that Wisconsin could decide the presidency as both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump return to the state 2 days after Harris rallied supporters in Madison.
When I am elected, I will walk in with a to-do list focused on your needs.
And Trump rallied supporters in Green Bay.
My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. That's true.
Both Trump and Harris will be in Milwaukee at competing rallies today as the city's Marquette University Law School poll shows the race in the battleground state at a dead heat. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Associated Press reporting the White House altered the transcript of President Biden's controversial garbage remarks this week, where he appeared to call Trump supporters garbage. This despite concerns from federal stenographers who document the remarks for historic purposes. The president causing the uproar while speaking to Latino activists, addressing comments made by a comedian at Donald Trump's rally last weekend at Madison Square Garden, where he called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The head of the stenographer's office said the change that was made to the transcript was a breach of protocol. President Biden is in a critical swing state today, announcing new protections for union workers.
At a union hall in Philadelphia, President Biden will announce more than 1 million union pensions have been saved through a provision in the American Rescue Plan, a pandemic stimulus package. President Biden has called himself the most pro-union president in history, and the administration says actions taken during his term have expanded workplace safety and made it easier to organize and collectively bargain. President Biden returns to Pennsylvania tomorrow for a campaign stop in his birthplace of Scranton. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Opening statements are set today in the manslaughter trial of a former Marine accused in a New York City subway death. Fox's Tanya J. Powers reports.
After a sometimes contentious jury selection process that lasted for several days, the trial of Daniel Penny is expected to get underway with opening statements. Penny is charged with second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely. Penny, who is white, put Neely, who was black and unarmed, in a chokehold for 6 minutes on a subway car in May of last year, resulting in Neely's death. Penny has pleaded not guilty and says Neely was threatening others on the train. If convicted of the manslaughter charge, Penny faces up to 15 years in prison. A conviction on the homicide charge could add up to 4 more years. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's one of college football's biggest rivalries, and you'll hear it this Saturday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Direct snap into Allen, to his left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, to the goal line. He's got it. Touchdown, Penn State.
Your number 3 Nittany Lions will host the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes.
The Nittany Lions are 7-0, coming home to Beaver Stadium.
Catch all the action of Penn State football. Coverage starts this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Ron Jaworski here. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just 1 day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A major report this morning. The October jobs report comes out just days before the presidential election. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal forecasting employers added about 110,000 new jobs during the month. That would be the lowest since April, less than half of the increase of 254,000 in September. A very down day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow fell 378, the S&P 500 fell 108, and the Nasdaq down 513. All three averages also finished down for the month of October, with the Dow down 567. The Dow and the S&P had been up 5 straight months. Sales of the iPhone totaled $46.2 billion for the July through September quarter, a 6% increase from the same time last year. That according to Apple's latest quarterly report. The company's total revenue and net profit exceeded projections Thursday, as did Amazon's. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
At this point, the arguments have been made. The rallies won't stop, though, through the weekend, but hopefully the undecideds have decided, and now the focus is on getting out the vote. Vice President Harris in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, kicked off her rally Wednesday like this.
All right, so now is the time to remind our neighbors and our friends to make a plan to vote in person on Election Day or to return your mail ballot.
In Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Wednesday, the former president acknowledged that while Republicans may prefer to vote on Election Day, he reminded them they can vote early through Saturday in that state.
You got to just vote. And I think we're going to have this is a very important state. We win this state, we're sailing. We're sailing. We win this state, we're sailing.
The latest Fox News poll has the two within the margin of error in both Pennsylvania and North Carolina. In Pennsylvania, the former president is up 5 points with independents in the Fox poll, but she's doing slightly better within her party than he is by about 4 points. And 35% of non-MAGA Republicans are going for the vice president. The early vote in Pennsylvania favors Harris. In North Carolina, the early vote is just about evenly split. Independents prefer her, though, by 5 points. Michigan is a bit of a different story in the Fox poll. When you put third-party candidate names into the mix, Vice President Harris is ahead of the former president by 4 points. In the latest Fox poll, that's just outside the margin of error. While the Fox News Power Rankings move Arizona into lean Republican territory, they also conclude this race is still a toss-up overall.
What we're seeing is, yes, there's a feeling of excitement and momentum, but the thing that really gives me hope in this election is that at every event that I go to, I'm meeting people and hearing from people who are saying they've never voted before in their lives.
Tulsi Gabbard is a former Democratic congresswoman from Hawaii turned Republican who is now on the former president's transition team.
This is the first election they'll vote for, and they're voting for Donald Trump. I'm meeting lifelong Democrats who are saying this is the first time they're going to vote for a Republican. I'm meeting lifelong Republicans who never thought they would vote for Donald Trump, who are voting for Donald Trump in this election. And so it is a feeling of people coming together from all different backgrounds and really recognizing the serious stakes that we are faced with as a country and as a people. And I am happy when I hear them say that they're voting for President Trump.
You recently said the most disruptive, transformative change in our government is about to happen in our lifetime if Trump's elected. Tell us more about what that means.
It's evident not only through the kinds of changes that President Trump has talked about, but really through the fact that he is gathering this team of people with Elon Musk and Bobby Kennedy and myself and, Bill Ackman and many others with very different backgrounds who are intent in our own areas to root out the rot of corruption and bureaucracy and inefficiency and waste in our government and actually begin the process of ensuring that our government agencies are actually effective and serving the interests of the people. This is something that, when you look at many different administrations in the past, I would say all throughout my lifetime, they're usually run by people who are part of the Washington establishment from both parties. And the differences between them are not often very, very big. And there has not been the kind of serious focus that we're seeing under President Trump to actually transform the government so that it can be a government of, by, and for the people. So I think this is one of the things that is bringing so many people out to support President Trump because they recognize that A, no president can do this alone. B, President Trump is bringing together people who aren't looking for their next job in Washington, who are simply motivated by a desire to serve the American people and make life better.
When things change, are we talking about it sounds like risks will be taken. What does that mean? What will the FDA look like? What will the Department of Education look like in 4 years if the former president wins? What will other agencies look like? I guess what is your focus?
Well, broadly, when we look at every federal agency, and you compare how they are being run and what they focus on and what they prioritize with the feeling that most Americans have of distrust and frustration and discouragement about our federal agencies, you can see why these bureaucracies that exist more to serve themselves and maintain the status quo and enhance the power of those in charge, why the American people feel this way. So the specifics of exactly how each of these agencies is going to change, that's commentary for a much larger conversation. And I think part of this is going into every single agency and conducting a deep dive assessment to be able to identify, where the low hanging fruit is, to be able to cut out those inefficiencies. There's going to be a large changeover in personnel. You've heard Elon Musk and President Trump talk about the need to fire a lot of people who don't need to be there. Our government should not be in the business of just being a job provider. Every single person working in our government needs to have a heart for service and needs to be there to serve a particular purpose.
Do you and RFK Jr. sit around and talk vision, with campaign officials or JD Vance or Elon Musk? What's? I think some of the folks who are looking at you are sort of wondering what's the dynamic on the campaign among and between some of the names who are not government officials or not campaign staff, like Elon, like Bobby Kennedy Jr.
None of us are just sitting around talking about philosophy and vision. We're spending every single minute of our time, especially during this last week here, in reaching out to voters who may still be undecided, and there are still those voters out there who don't know how they're gonna cast their vote. And so, Elon is in Pennsylvania. I'm headed to Wisconsin. Bobby Kennedy and I will be doing an event there. I'll be with JD Vance in Pennsylvania. It's all hands on deck, and we're all out there doing our very best to really help deliver the message of President Trump's vision for the country and his goals and objectives that all boil down to, across all these agencies, to being able to help improve the quality of life for the American people, to fix what Kamala Harris has broken, and to get us back on this path for our country towards a future that is peaceful and free and prosperous. We've all had conversations. Bobby Kennedy has sat down with President Trump, several months ago. I have done the same and spent time with him. Now as a result of those conversations, we are doing all that we can, and Elon has had his own. We are doing all that we can to help elect President Trump because we are aligned with his vision, and we want to help him carry it out for the American people.
Okay, one more for you, because you're going to Wisconsin. When you hear of Republicans who say they won't vote for former President Trump, like Mayor Sean Riley, who's been the mayor of Waukesha, do you think they represent a significant number of Republicans? It sounds like you're saying you're hearing people on the opposite end, but there are certainly, and the Harris campaign is making that pitch to them.
Well, when you look at and I have not met the mayor of Waukesha, so I can't speak to him, but when you look at the well-known national figure Republicans who have endorsed Kamala Harris, like Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and others, to me, what I see is kind of a group of two different kind of people. Number one is people who have a long history of being a part of the uniparty war machine in Washington, who hate the fact that Donald Trump is a leader who has the audacity to meet with adversaries and dictators in a fight for peace, number one. And he's interested in ending wars, not starting them, number two. But you also see a bunch of people who, were either fired or left as disgruntled employees who maybe had worked under his administration. Everyone is free to make their own decisions for their own reasons. But I have found it very surprising to me, and I don't think they represent the majority of the Republican Party, because if they did, Donald Trump would not have been the Republican nominee for president for the last three presidential elections. That, to me, is the most telling metric out there. that Republican voters who are not Washington elite are making their own decisions, and their voices are being heard through their votes. In 2016, as in 2024, Republican voters, there was actually a primary, unlike for Kamala Harris. There were actually primary elections, and in both of those cases, voters had many other choices of people who are prominent Republicans, many of whom hold a very different worldview than Donald Trump, and overwhelmingly the choice has been Donald Trump. So that really is a very clear message to me. And again, I've been surprised. I have friends of mine who are lifelong Republicans who I never thought, they have said, I will never vote for Donald Trump. And they supported other people in the primary election. And, I disagreed with their choice, and we've had great conversations. They're still friends. We still care about each other. But I've been getting these text messages saying, literally yesterday, a friend texted me. He said, I just did something I never thought I would do in my life. I voted for Donald Trump.
What would you want to focus on in a Trump administration?
I am a soldier, a veteran. I've deployed to different war zones in different parts of the world. And I spent 8 years in Congress on the Foreign Affairs and the Armed Services committees. And one of the things I respect most about President Trump is kind of what I mentioned. And that is that he is certainly the first Republican in my lifetime who has had the courage to stand up against the military-industrial complex, had the courage to stand up against the uniparty of war in Washington, to include leaders in his own party, knowing that it may be politically harmful for him, but to really take a stand for peace, and recognizing that, yes, we must have a strong and capable and ready military, but knowing the serious cost of war, and that war should be a last resort after exercising and exhausting all means of diplomacy. So we have to get him elected. That's what we're going to focus on doing over this next week. And if given the opportunity, I would be honored to help him achieve that specific goal.
Tulsi Gabbard, former Congresswoman and on the Trump transition team, should it be needed. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
This football season, get yourself a win
by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. 5 days and counting. Former President Donald Trump stumping in Nevada Thursday.
I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Phoenix, Arizona.
On day one, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. On day one, when I am elected, I will walk in with a to-do list.
2 people shot dead, 6 others injured in Orlando, Florida early this morning as they were celebrating Halloween. This witness described what she saw and heard.
Multiple gunshots, firing. It was really loud. Everybody was scared. Everybody was running in multiple directions. Nobody knew what was going on.
17-year-old suspect arrested. There's been no word at this point from police regarding a motive. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The New York Jets snapped a 5-game losing streak by defeating the Houston Texans 21-13. Aaron Rodgers tossed 3 second-half touchdown passes, including one to former Green Bay Packer teammate Devontae Adams. Former NFL coaches Tom Coughlin, Mike Shanahan, and George Seifert are semifinalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Sidney Crosby scored in overtime to lead the Penguins past Anaheim 2-1. Pittsburgh snapped a 6-game losing streak. Orlando forward Paolo Banchero will be out indefinitely with a torn right oblique, and it's celebration day for the Dodgers. The World Series champs get a parade in downtown L.A. and a party at Dodger Stadium. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Coaches just hate using the F word. No, not that F word. The word I'm talking about is failure. And sure, there's a stigma attached to that word, but words matter, and sometimes there is a perfect word to describe a situation. Like when an NFL coach continues to trot out the same bad quarterback week after week that only hurts their team's chance to win without giving someone else a chance. Well, maybe that word is stubborn, but you get my point. The lesson here is simple. It's time to destigmatize the word failure in sports, because failure doesn't have to be the end. In order to truly have closure and be ready to move forward positively, you have to assess a situation for what it is. And sometimes it's a failure. Sometimes that's a single game, moment, or decision. Other times it's an entire season or coaching tenure. But regardless, it's no reason to avoid the word altogether. Because I guarantee that behind every great success lies the dreaded F word somewhere in the past. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey,
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection sales event. It is much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team of experts. They will treat you like family and get you a great deal on a new or pre-owned Lexus. For the best selection and great service, visit LexusofCherryHill.com. That's Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Hey Philly, Ike Reese here. Great news. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 4-year price guarantee. Save $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 months of free Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today.
Gift card offer ends 11/6/24. Requires Fios service for 65 days before gift card registration. Gift card may be charged back if service is canceled within 180 days. One offer per eligible account. 3-month free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 a month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. 4-year guarantee applies to new subscribers. Current rates under select internet plans and excludes other charges and third-party services. Other terms apply. See store for details.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-481-4455. 800-481-4455. That's 800-481-4455.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025, if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at www.robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodity interests can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Display prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. This station does not recommend any specific investment.
Right now, we know everybody's probably thinking the same thing. How can I get a great deal on a new HVAC system? How did they know, you ask? Well, we're Horizon Services. That's what we do. So here's what we're thinking. Right now, if you get a new HVAC system installed, you won't pay a cent until 2025. Not 1 cent. And you'll make no interest payments until 2025. See, I told you we were thinking about saving you money. Book now at horizonservices.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door? Get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door? Get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, November 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Senslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Final day of the week. Sean Farish will be with us this morning, live from Nashville at 8:30 as we approach the 96-hour mark until November 5th. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. You do a little trick-or-treating last night with the boys?
Nope.
No?
Her kids are like 25.
They are not.
They still ride in the car seat, I thought.
Boys.
I thought they still sat in the back of the minivan in the car seat. Dawn locks the car up when she pulls in the Wawa. When she runs in for a drink real quick.
It's a sin.
Yeah. Gregory.
Yes. Is anybody surprised LeBron James has officially endorsed Kamala Harris?
What a shock.
Yeah. The guy that, well.
What?
Every time he has a book in his hand, you ever notice he's always reading like page 1? I don't know that he's ever finished a book, but, you know, when you make $50 million a year to play ball, you don't need to. Yeah. I can't hate.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And I got to tell you, this is going to be a good one today. You know, we've talked a lot about the gender gap, which is very, very real and very palpable. Well, it's no longer a gender gap. It is a gender war. And we will talk about it in the big take today. We have so many good things to get to, including kind of a mixed bag of what is going on in early voting on the Trump side of things when it comes to two specific demographics, the 65 and up crowd, as well as males versus females. Very interesting. And then also some internal polling comments that Axios is reporting on when it pertains to the positivity surrounding the internal numbers with the Trump campaign. We'll get to that. Kamala Harris, very, very testy. Mark Cuban throwing gasoline on the fire. I think it's going to be a very, very good show. Again, cut sheet coming up 7:45. Our boy Sean Farish at 8:30, not only for his weekly Trump appearance, but also we will hear directly from him on what happened in Tennessee with the radio and television ad that was squashed. Because, of course, that was voiced and recorded by Sean Farish. So we'll hear a firsthand account of that. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live with some rain coming in some areas. Maybe not a drought buster, but at least some much-needed rain this morning. But unseasonably warm weather this Friday, first day of November, and a big reminder to make sure that you fall back with the clocks as we end daylight savings time. Mother and daughter shot to death by an intruder inside their home in Willingboro, New Jersey. This is from the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office. Police called to the home on Harrington Circle this week it was actually in the wee hours of the morning on Wednesday for a report of a burglary in progress. Those officers say when they arrived, they found the bodies of 33-year-old Catherine Nunez and her 54-year-old mother, Marisol, in an upstairs bedroom. Both had been shot to death, pronounced dead on the scene. Willingboro residents in shock. They are planning a vigil for this evening. These intruders, according to police, they entered the home through a first-floor window and then fled before the police arrived. But they say that a child inside the home at the time of this shooting, this was her son, according to authorities. Her son was not touched. So her son surviving this, the two women shot to death. So like I say, there will be a vigil this evening as police search for a killer or killers. The Friday vigil honors the family. I don't have funeral arrangements there. We have crews in South Jersey, by the way, battling this 100-acre wildfire. This is Cumberland County, Down Township. Officials say the flames were spotted last night in the area of Railroad Avenue and putting out more, warnings to people. Please, as far as any campfires, leaf fires, anything of that nature, don't go there because of this 30. Essentially, it's more than 30 days at this point, right?
Yeah.
That we have this drought.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. We were trick-or-treating last night, and we cut through a couple of neighborhoods, and the group that was leading us, because we're kind of like the newcomers to the neighborhood, they're like, yeah, we're going to go through this backyard because we're going to avoid this hill. And the entire backyard, literally a huge backyard, covered in leaves, but underneath, you could just feel how dry and hard the ground is.
It's funny. We did the same thing, and then usually, it was a warm night last night, so it's different. But usually, in my neighborhood, everybody is out with fire pits, and they have drinks, and they're handing out candy, and nobody wanted to. I know it was because it was warm, but even that, nobody wanted to do the fire pit because they were like
Yeah.
the whole neighborhood could go up in flames.
It was like Halloween in Florida last night. This is what it's like, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Lovely. I love it.
Yeah, no complaints from me.
No. Nope.
We should be getting a little bit of rain today, but watch. November will probably be complaining about all the rain.
Yep. That's the way we operate as humans.
I know.
And of course, it's going to rain today because I'm going over to play at Trump, Philadelphia. So yeah, for the first time in 18 years, it's going to rain.
Well, yeah. I don't think it's going to be anything measurable.
Good.
Elon Musk can continue to give away cash to registered voters.
By the way, I
now.
see no rain in my forecast, Dawn. So
They're claiming
I'm not
there's.
sure
I know.
what
Little
your
pockets.
They're claiming
what
that
your Doppler is saying.
My Doppler. You just quit. You look at your own Doppler, mister.
Yeah, you just fiddle around with your own Doppler in that booth.
It's alleged. I don't know.
Yeah.
Elon Musk can continue to give away cash to registered voters who sign his petition for now. That from the Pennsylvania judge ruling that yesterday. And so obviously Elon Musk, Donald Trump's supporter through his political group America PAC, has been offering cash prizes to registered voters, as long as it's more if you go online, if you sign his petition, which says you support the First and Second Amendments. So this was Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner suing Musk
yourself
over his $1 million giveaways, and said Musk must be stopped immediately before the upcoming presidential election. This was before Judge Angelo Foglietta saying the lawsuit will be put on hold while a federal court decides whether to take up the case. So Linda Kearns had told us yesterday that in this kind of a case, because Musk lives in Texas, we're in Pennsylvania, this was here in Philadelphia at City Hall. This court hearing happened, a lot of national media, but actually it was Linda Kearns who had said that when you have that situation, everybody kind of knew it would be kicked up to federal court.
Yeah, Larry Krasner has to realize that he doesn't really have jurisdiction over this. Is he trying to gain political browning points here? What's the motive for Larry Krasner here?
Yeah, I think...
Say what you want about him and his terrible ideas and, the way he doesn't prosecute crime. But, as a district attorney that's been around for a long time, he had to know that this thing was not going to last and stay in Philadelphia. And Musk was not going to show up in person.
Well, we wonder if a statue, a pop-up statue, you may call it, of naked Donald Trump, how long will that last?
Did you see this?
I didn't see. No, what are we talking about?
It's in
here?
Kensington.
Yes, it is. It's
45-foot naked Trump from a crane.
Oh, my God.
So they were constructing this mid-morning yesterday morning, but it is, believe me, it's huge.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, they're good job, Phil. There it is.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, my monitor doesn't work, so...
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I've been trying for 20 minutes. At least yours is, though. That's fine. I just won't be able to narrate anything, so don't put me on the spot.
So it's a big, naked... huge, it's, as Greg said, 40-plus feet tall, naked Trump effigy, and they hung it by this crane on Kensington Ave.
Right.
It looks like one that went up in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, this has been up all over the place. I think it's 12 different cities and stuff that it's been up in.
And by the way, if we're going to be throwing up pictures of naked Trump, I'm perfectly fine with my monitor being down as a straight heterosexual man.
So it's made of foam and rebar, weighs 6,000 pounds, in case if you were wondering about it. And GOP folks saying that the GOP here in Philadelphia filed an obscenity report with police, but it's kind of a beige, huge thing dangling.
It's dangling.
It's dangling.
Dangling.
If I were, imagine if you're a neighbor, I don't know. The GOP, in the filing, they said there are 2 daycares and a school right there. You can see it all the way from the L. They say it's just obscene. I just wonder, with headlines of Kamala Harris speaking about Trump, what if this were a statue of his opponent? Would it be sexist? Would it be racist?
Yeah,
would it be objectification of a woman?
Yes.
Does he feel objectified?
You know what? You're right. And we're actually going to talk about that later. We've got a story coming out from the Daily Caller as people are mad that MAGA females are showing off their, quote, mommy milkers. We're going to talk about this, Dawn.
Oh,
we're going to have to get into it, yeah. There's a lot of sexual nature out there on the MAGA side of content, and it's not going to apparently win an election. I'm not opposed to it, by the way.
Well, the all-important forecast real quick here as we're headed for an Eagles weekend, 4:05 on Sunday, yes. So today, 78 degrees. There is a slight chance for some rain, so it's the first time that we've even had a slight chance for some rain. Many of you might not get any, but it'll be a spotty sprinkle, as they call it, and may happen this morning, south and west. So most of us will see partly sunny skies, 78 degrees. For your weekend, much cooler than we've been experiencing, 62 degrees both Saturday and Sunday, and mostly sunnier day tomorrow. More clouds on Sunday, but still sunny. And then for your Monday, looking into next week, 65, partly cloudy Monday. Tuesday, all important forecast for Election Day. Looks to be a lovely day, mid-70s, partly sunny skies. Again, no measurable rain in the 10-day forecast looking at this thing. But just remember, clocks fall back.
Can we do away with that? Can we just stop the nonsense?
I heard a report on our sister station, Command, this morning that it's actually healthier for you. Like we're more healthy, allegedly, during this time period.
Really?
And it's like that for a reason, because people, this is when everybody gets sick this time of year. So it helps
your
our immune
immunity.
system. I don't buy that.
Making it darker or less daylight is healthier for you.
Yeah, because it's something in rhythm with the circadian something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this all stems from farmers and agriculture, right? I mean, that was kind of like the main concept behind this, the whole daylight savings time issue. Like for me, it's just like it's depressing.
Yeah.
When I look out the door at 5:15 in December, well, the holidays make it easier. But man, when you get past New Year's, I just like, can we just fast forward to April? There's nothing good that comes out of February. Worthless waste of a month.
So standard time goes into effect. Technically it's 2:00 in the morning, November 3rd.
Yeah.
So you remember fall back, and 1 hour back. So we all gain
So we
hour in sleep. So that's good.
So we set our clocks back, right?
Fall
back,
back, spring ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're actually gaining the hour.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Just a reminder.
Which is great.
Kayal and Company News Live.
There it is.
If I start at 7 a.m. on Monday, you'll know why.
No.
We start at 6 a.m.
Yeah,
Good one.
6. And nobody has old analog clocks anymore, so don't worry. the smartphone, it updates automatically.
Yeah.
All right, 6:14 Friday morning. Let's get to one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The big take this morning, waging the gender wars, just about 96 hours until the election gets underway with voting on Tuesday morning, November 5th. And you can forget about headlines like widening the gender gap in the 2024 election, because after yesterday's verbal pipe bomb from Kamala Harris surrogate Mark Cuban, it is an all-out gender war as we enter the final 4 days of this presidential race. Mark Cuban, who has slowly morphed into Keith Olbermann meets Rosie O'Donnell with a splash of Rachel Maddow, made these remarks on ABC's The View. Listen and watch.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it'll put her over the edge with Nikki Haley supporters. Donald Trump, you never see him around strong, intelligent women, ever. It's just that simple. They're intimidating to him. He doesn't like to be challenged by them. And, Nikki Haley will call him on his nonsense with reproductive rights and how he sees and treats and talks about women. I mean, he just can't have her around. It wouldn't work.
I think Stormy is intelligent. I don't think that's 100%. She's very smart.
Yeah,
Stormy.
He means is like,
Yeah.
I think he means on stage and stuff with it.
And that ignited a ton of backlash yesterday, and it just might be another oh crap moment for Kamala Harris, who's trying to distance herself from Joe Biden's garbage comments. Could this provide a bump for Trump with females? Perhaps. Joy Behar seemed to be taking issue with that. The cast of The View was kind of quiet when Mark Cuban made those remarks, right? They didn't eat that statement up, did they? Tulsi Gabbard? I don't know. Strong woman, right? Sarah Huckabee Sanders doesn't take any crap. Kayleigh McEnany, she was a pistol. Melania Trump seems to be a resilient lady. Elise Stefanik, she'll end Ivy League professors' careers. And speaking of Elise Stefanik from New York, she had this to say in rebuttal to Mark Cuban's offensive remarks. Listen and watch this.
Just one day after Joe Biden smeared 250 million Americans as garbage, now Mark Cuban, Kamala Harris's top ally, says no strong and intelligent women support Trump. It's a disgrace, and Kamala Harris stays silent. She must be defeated in 5 days to save America. I'm proud to be the highest ranking woman in the United States Congress. When I ran, I was the youngest woman ever elected. I'm the most senior woman on the House Armed Services Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, and I proudly am voting and endorse President Trump. Save America in 5 days. Vote Trump.
Stefanik would say in a follow-up tweet to Mark Cuban, quote, "You're a sexist disgrace, Mark Cuban, smearing tens of millions of strong, intelligent women across America," end quote. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, noted plagiarist, decided to speak up about Donald Trump and women and take a quote or a clip completely out of context. And complicit in this was MSDNC, the lapdog network for the left, which tweeted the following, quote, "It's very offensive to women." Quote, moments ago, VP Harris comments on Donald Trump's remarks about women and, quote, whether they like it or not, end quote. Listen and watch. Here's Kamala.
I will comment on the former president, Donald Trump's remark about women and whether they like it or not. And listen, it actually is, I think, very offensive to women in terms of not understanding their agency, their authority, their right, and their ability to make decisions about their own lives, including their own bodies. And this is just the latest on a series of reveals by the former president of how he thinks about women and their agency.
Women and, quote, whether they like it or not, is Donald Trump talking about protecting women from being raped and killed by illegal immigrants. Now, here's the context of that clip from Wednesday night in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Listen and watch Trump.
Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions all over the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, including savage criminals who assault, rape, and murder our women and girls. Anyone who would let monsters kidnap and kill our children does not belong anywhere near the Oval Office. And my people told me about 4 weeks ago, I was saying, no, I want to protect the people. I want to protect the women of our country. I want to protect the women. Sir, please don't say that. Why? They said, we think it's very inappropriate for you to say. So why? I'm president.
The desperation from the Democrats in Kamala Harris's campaign, very palpable. Hope and joy seems to be all gone. It's pure anger, rage, and bitterness. In 2020, it was man against man, Donald Trump against Joe Biden. Before that, in 2016, it was man against woman, Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. 8 years later, the same gender differences are on display in what is a potential sequel. Frank Luntz, Republican pollster, highlighted the similarities of 8 years ago. Listen and watch this.
Because it reminds me so much of 2016, and I think there are a lot of similarities right now between this campaign and that campaign. The divisions in the country were significant back then. People didn't think Trump had a chance back then. He's been gaining and gaining. The momentum, I don't know who's going to win. I can't call it, and nobody should, because statistically and polling and focus groups, it is way too close to call. However, the momentum is clearly, in what I see and what I hear, is in his favor. And so every word, every phrase, every misstep, every gaffe matters as those last remaining persuadables make their decision. I don't believe in the undecided anymore. I don't believe there's undecided.
I've been saying that for over 2 weeks on this show. There's no undecideds left. It's not possible. How could there be anybody undecided at this point? If you don't know, it's because you don't care, and you're probably not voting anyway. Yesterday, I gave you the Harry Enton clip of him saying, if Trump wins, the writing was on the wall the entire time. Today, I'm going to give you the flip side. If Kamala Harris wins, you knew exactly why she would win. Here's CNN's Harry Enton with the data. Listen and watch.
Harris, simply put, is more popular than Donald Trump. Her net favorable rating is higher than Trump. She's at -2. Trump's at -7. I went all the way back since 1956 and looked at the polls. Does the more popular candidate usually win? The answer is absolutely yes. 16 times the more popular candidate has won. Only one time the less popular candidate has won. I will note that was Donald Trump back in 2016. But of course, remember, Hillary Clinton was quite unpopular herself. But the bottom line is this. Kamala Harris has been consistently more popular in the polls than Donald Trump is. She's consistently had a higher net favorable rating than Donald Trump. And normally, usually, the candidate who's more popular goes on to win on Election Day.
Democrats are fond of that saying, forget the polls, when we vote, we win.
Yes.
And you see something in that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the special elections, right? Democrats in special elections, their performances the last 2 years. What has happened? We're looking at state legislative and federal special elections. On average, these Democrats have surpassed Joe Biden's 2020 margin by 2 points. By 2 points. And remember, Joe Biden won. So the fact that these Democrats have been doing better than Joe Biden's been doing is a good sign. Historically speaking, there is correlation between how folks do in the special elections, especially in this polarized era, and how folks do eventually in the presidential election. It was actually one of the warning signs last time around in 2020, where Democrats really weren't doing that great in special elections, despite the polls saying that Joe Biden was going to win rather easily. It suggested Trump would do better on Election Day. This time around, the special elections are suggesting the opposite, that in fact Joe Biden, because Democrats have been exceeding Joe Biden's margin, that maybe Democrats will actually do better than the polls have been.
Sets up for an interesting matchup just 4 days from now, does it not? That's all we have left, and then we wait. But this election, in my eyes, is taking on a unique and special blend of dangerous rhetoric, goofy theatrics and stunts, and pure vitriol. It's part WWE Monday Night Raw, part Days of Our Lives soap opera, and part verbal combat in war. And the battle lines have never been drawn with more authority. And as the kiddies used to say, I can't call it. I really can't. I could see this thing going either way for any reason. This could go any way for any reason, and it could take an exorbitant amount of time. to sift through the results and definitively declare a winner. But one thing is for sure, it is men against women. And women on the Republican side now seem very, very motivated. And that appears to be one of the biggest stakes coming Tuesday, November 5th. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, so let's talk about it. Men versus women. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. If you are a female Trump supporter and you heard Mark Cuban make those remarks about you, I would like to hear from you this morning. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat as well. We'll come back, get Dawn's thoughts, because I think Mark Cuban was speaking directly to people, just like Dawn Stensland. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, we're back after this. It's a Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action right now. FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater, place any $5 bet on the NBA, and get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more of the season. FanDuel.com/Greg. Looks like the Philadelphia 76ers are playing the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow night at 7:30. I would steer clear of the 76ers, just saying. Just my personal opinion. There's other games that you can bet on. FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more of the season. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Don't forget, we'll give our Eagles picks at the end of the show today, about 9:55 or so. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. As part of our Veteran Spotlight program, we are asking you to nominate a local World War II veteran to be featured on our show the week of November 11th. Go to 1210WPHT.com to submit a photo and quick story of a local vet so that we can celebrate his or her remarkable commitment and exceptional service during World War II. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, nurses, service pilots, medical staff. We want to hear your story. Visit 1210WPHT.com to submit your nomination. Veteran Spotlight is a partnership program with the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early, in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd, or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Whew. Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything.
She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Gotta hit the post. Gotta hit the post, folks. Scaling Company. So good.
It's never going to not be funny.
It's not. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg breaking it down as we roll into the month of November. Feels like June out, and that's just fine by me. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Sean Farish live from Nashville at 8:30. So, what's really amazing is, this is the damnedest political season I can ever recall. I've got a president out there who's been shot at, who's united with the Kennedy family, who's worked the drive-thru, who's operated a trash truck. And then on the other side, you have the Kamala Harris campaign, which you could sit there and we talk about what happened Sunday at Madison Square Garden with Tony Hinchcliffe and the joke that fell flat. And it was negative headlines for Trump and the Harris campaign on the offensive. And it's almost like they didn't enjoy being on the offensive and trying to get back into a groove and reestablish where they were in late July and throughout August, leading up to the convention and even up to through September 10th with the first and only debate. And since then, Joe Biden throws a grenade out there into the political atmosphere with the garbage comment. And then Mark Cuban says, you know what? Hold on, Joe. Hold my beer. I'm going to sit out here and I'm going to blast females that support Trump and say that Trump doesn't surround himself with strong, intelligent women. And I'm thinking, oh, my. I mean, if you're a female supporter of Trump, you were voting for Trump regardless. But man, did that ignite a firestorm yesterday. I've got so many quotes from people close to Trump's circle that work with or have worked with Trump that are females. But I want to start with Dawn Stensland. What do you make of those comments from Mark Cuban? Do you take offense to that, or are you just scoffing that off at this point?
He's such an idiot. I was furious last night, and now I think, who cares? Mark Cuban. Why would... I don't even know why he is on The View. I don't even know why anybody would listen to him. But you're right. If he were a conservative guy, imagine if, any conservative guy, any Republican guy, if Trump said that, oh my good, they'd be flipping out. If somebody like Tucker Carlson said that, they'd be flipping out. Just pick a Republican guy, any guy, and they would all, gang up on him and cancel him. Right. And
he was, I think he was on The View, but it looked like he was in like some sort of private aircraft. I don't know if he was patched in obviously through Zoom or whatever it might be. And what I thought was interesting, because Mediaite.com had a little bit of a longer clip, kind of like a 2.5-3 minute segment clip. And there was no applause from the clapping seals in the crowd.
No.
Even Joy Behar, now she's going to, of course, the female that she tries to say is intelligent was Stormy Daniels of all people. Yeah. But even the panel, Whoopi and Alyssa Farah Griffin, you talk about missing the mark. I think there were even some perhaps liberal women in that arena yesterday on television that were like, I don't know about that, Mark. You might want to retract that statement, right?
Yeah, I mean, and look at all of the women who come on our air, from Caroline Levitt, who just had a baby. Look at all the women. I mean, it's almost silly to list all the great women who are either on the campaign trail. Tulsi Gabbard, Kellyanne Conway, the first woman in our nation's history to run a winning presidential campaign. Kellyanne Conway has sat with the ladies. She's been on The View multiple times. So do they think that, for them not to push back hard on that and say, really? So who specifically, Mark Cuban, are you saying this about, and go through the list? Yep. Alina Habba, who's an attorney who was just on the campaign trail. Just think about this week. Riley Gaines has done appearances with Trump. Who specifically, which women do you specifically that are on the campaign trail or who have worked for him, with him? Are you talking about Nikki Haley? She has worked for him under his administration. Let's go through it.
Yeah, you're right. I've got quotes here. Sage Steele, big fan of Donald Trump, recently kind of quote coming out as a conservative after leaving ESPN, and she has a relationship with Mark Cuban, having worked in the sports industry, and Cuban obviously the co-owner of the Dallas Mavericks and the NBA. Sage Steele saying, quote, "I've got to say, I have known you and respected you and loved you for a really long time. What you just said is disrespectful, and it crosses the line." Caroline Levitt, as you mentioned, Dawn, said, quote, "Joe Biden called Trump supporters garbage, and now Kamala's top surrogate, Mark Cuban, insinuated that female Trump supporters are weak and dumb. Kamala Harris must immediately condemn Mark Cuban's disrespectful insult to women." Kellyanne Conway, as you mentioned, quote, They are not certain they are supporting a strong, intelligent woman for president," she said, listing some of the women and mothers who worked at the top ranks of Trump's White House. "It doesn't matter to me what desperate people say," Conway continued. "What I care about is defending the tens of millions of strong, intelligent women who are going to vote for Donald Trump next Tuesday and already have." So, I mean, we talk about comments like deplorables, and then we get garbage, and then we get this dumb, lack of intelligent, weak women comment from Mark Cuban. It's fascinating to kind of do the calculus and figure out, where does that put the female vote, right? Because we know and we believe that they're going to come out in droves for Kamala Harris, especially post Roe v. Wade. Harry Enton, in the clip I played for you, if we took it a little bit longer, and I didn't want to go any longer than that, it was already 90 seconds, but he was inferring how Democrats have showed up at the polls in special elections since Roe v. Wade. And we've given you the stats, right? I mean, Republicans have been just blown out of the water in wins and losses post Roe v. Wade. But as I have said, when we're talking about Trump and protecting females from rape and murder from illegal immigrants, that needs to be a key messaging point. I still think I would have hammered home Laken Riley's name to the point that name would have been synonymous to 4 years ago with George Floyd. I said that on this show. You needed to make that your George Floyd moment. And then, of course, you have the Riley Gaineses of the world, Title IX, female sports, locker rooms, bathrooms, things like that. Those are your two counters to the, quote, female reproductive rights issue that, quote, favors Democrats, pro-choicers, and Kamala Harris. But now you have this comment thrown in there, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, it's like the scales of justice. Like, I'm all right, let me put both of these on the scale and see where it tips. Do you think this can neutralize Roe v. Wade? My guess is no. But it can maybe perhaps...
insane.
No, nothing's going to...
I said no. I said no. I'm just rhetorical questions.
He's being provocative, Greg.
But I do...
So am I by saying he's insane.
No, but you're right. I'm with you. No, but can it chop away at whatever deficit you had? Does this sway anybody?
No, but it allows... Nick, it allows... The ironic part of this, it allows all these women to come out. You mean, you mentioned Sage Steele. She showed a picture with her daughter and Mark Cuban, and that's what your a big statement. I was so it was a pleasure to meet you with my daughter, this and that and the other. And are you saying that my daughter and I are not intelligent? But no, here's the ironic part of it, that it actually has sparked this outrage. All these women who have worked with Trump, for Trump, or are campaigning with him to come out and make strong statements and slap him around and point out that, in fact, wow, Trump has a ton of women that he's campaigning with. To your point, I think you make a good point about the tragic stories of Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nunn-Gary. And I will say this, that just this week, some of these moms of these murder and rape victims, Jocelyn, 12-year-old, I mean, that just it gives me chill bumps when you look at the details of what they did. These illegal, criminals wanted in their home countries come here. And these moms have been campaigning with him. Nobody talks about it. To your point, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Nobody picks it up. They might air it the day of or a snippet of it.
Yeah.
But the media, I think purposely, biased by omission, doesn't really, make it a headline.
Because I do believe there are females out there that sit there and say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter. And again, by the way, what's fascinating is when you say you're a Trump supporter, male or female, and you get pushback from somebody, it's almost like they just think that you agree with Trump on every single thing he says or everything he does, right? And I almost want to flip the script back. Well, okay, you're a Kamala Harris supporter. Do you agree with everything they say or everything they do or every policy that they implement or propose? Well, of course I don't. Okay, well, then the same thing for... There's just this notion that just because you're a Trump voter, that you're with him 100% on every single issue. And maybe there are females out there that are like, okay, I don't like the way he's been accused of or did things to women, blah, 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 blah. But here's what I care about as a female. I care about having more money for groceries. I care about a secure border. I care about not having wars. I care about cheaper energy. Like, my sister just sent me this text. My sister's a Trump supporter. She didn't become a Republican until the last 8 years. Like I said, we grew up in a family with moderate Democrats, I would call them. And my sister said just right now, she goes, I can't call in right now because I'm at the gym doing my 6 a.m. training, but thought I'd say this. Wow. Yeah. My sister's like a brunette Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's in there doing like chin-ups and power cleans.
She just
and all
had
this
a
other
baby.
stuff. Yeah, she did.
She's awesome.
Yeah, she's trying to shed the baby pounds back off.
She puts you to shame, doesn't she?
She does. She can do more. She can do more push-ups than I can too. True story.
Yeah.
She says, but I know many women that want a president who's going to secure the border, remove violent criminals from our neighborhoods, and put more money in our pockets. That's exactly why we are voting for him. Signed, one of the tens of millions of women voting for Trump. So again, Trump's going to lose the female vote. We know that. That's
I don't know that he is.
Oh,
there are a lot of women in this country.
He's going to lose it. But again, to me, it's just, if he's able to hold his own, 65-35, 60-40, and then win. See, that's the thing. You just have to be somewhat competitive in that demo, because if you do have gains with the black vote, if you do have gains with the Hispanic vote, if you do have gains with Gen Z or other areas where traditionally Republicans haven't done well, maybe that all balances out. Now, what's concerning, and I've got some good news and some bad news as far as what people in the know are saying. Let me give you the bad first, and then I'll give you the good. Politico has a story out that says Trump is lagging in the early vote with seniors in Pennsylvania, a red flag for the GOP. According to a Fox News poll of Pennsylvania, Trump is running 5 percentage points behind Kamala Harris amongst voters age 65 and over. So that's a little bit of a concern, although I expect Election Day turnout to be good.
I wonder if that's why he was at Drexelbrook this week.
Could be.
Because that was kind of a pop-up. Remember that was like an addition,
Yep.
a late ad.
Are you surprised that boomers could be his weak spot?
I am. I'm not, because
Okay.
I believe that if you look at the people who've early voted, it's women. It's senior women. And I hate to say that because they're not 65 and over. 65 is not senior. So but that's who's voting. That's the age breakout that we're dealing with here. So that's who's voting. So they are. I believe that it is women who who lived life before Roe v. Wade and are coming out now because they don't want to go back to that.
Okay,
that's my honest truth. I do believe
could be a valid assessment.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of that, with women, the Daily Beast with the story, the headline: MAGA bros freaking out because of so many women voting. 2 of former President Donald Trump's most prominent social media backers are fretting on Wednesday after early voting numbers showed massive early turnout amongst women that could imperil their candidate's path to victory. Quote, male turnout in Pennsylvania for Trump has been a disaster. Unless this changes, Kamala takes PA and it's over. That was from social media influencer Mike Cernovich. And then Charlie Kirk said, oh, God. This is interesting. Charlie Kirk, of all people.
Yeah.
He was at Westchester University yesterday, by the way, with Vivek.
Oh, great.
He said early vote has been, listen to this quote, early vote has been disproportionately female. If men stay at home, Kamala is president. It's that simple.
He's not wrong.
No, that's why I read it. I mean, that's a guy who's, in the back pocket of Donald Trump, and he's saying if men don't show up, you're cooked.
So I'm looking at PA right now as of 6:45 on Friday. 1.6 million ballots and early voting in Pennsylvania, right? Okay. Democrats 58%, Republicans 32%. Other 10.
That's stayed pretty stagnant all week. That number has not fluctuated.
Yeah, there's going to be. Didn't you say, Nick, or maybe it was Dawn that said there was going to be some sort of there was going to be like a dump soon?
Well, we were told that. What was the story that Dawn? I think Dawn, you had it. That Pennsylvania compared, because I was asking why is Pennsylvania so far behind Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada with early numbers. The PA, they went out later than the other states. So we thought maybe they were in, maybe the mail chain process in transit, so to speak.
Yes.
But that hasn't changed all week, so I don't know.
But they only, remember yesterday I reported as far as processing what they have, we had like 70%. So we didn't have everything in at that point.
So basically, so I did gender for Pennsylvania, 56% women, 43% men.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a huge disparity,
right? And if that's the way it plays out post-election, I would argue that that's relatively good for Trump. The concern is if it's like 70-30, then I'm like, oh boy.
Well, and then if you go by age in this is just Pennsylvania, by the way, 52% 65 and over, 22% 50 to 64. Look at that, 18 to 29, 8%.
Yeah. The Gen Zers. And then the 8% that do vote, they sit there and lie.
Yeah.
I'll give you those details as to why they do it coming up a little bit later. But it still is odd to me that the Sun Belt and the Pacific time zone swing states have Republicans in the lead, yet for some reason in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the Democrats have the lead. What is it about Republican voters in the 3 Big Ten states that are not, and maybe those numbers are better than where they've been historically in the past with the reluctancy to do mail-in ballots because you don't trust it, the skepticism, early in-person voting. Why the disparity? Why are Southern Republicans on board with it and adhering more to what Trump himself has been begging you to do, yet here in Pennsylvania, that is not the case? So the truth is, if you don't get out and vote, or if you go out on November 5th and something goes wrong, don't cry about it to me. Because you had plenty of tools.
NBC is doing this data so they're looking of those 60 million voters so far. A new female demo of Democrat voters in Pennsylvania and new male Republican voters in Arizona. Is that what you were looking at? All those graphs, Greg? Is that what you were talking? I'll send this to you guys.
I think you have it. Stucker, you have it, what, NBCnews.com?
Yes.
This is NBC News. So they did the analysis, but that was, as of October 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Carl writes, Harris is going to get crushed in PA.
No, he's not going to get crushed anywhere. What's crushed? Losing by 4 points? 5 points? I mean, of the 7 swing states, nobody's going to win any of those swing states by more than 5 percentage points. That would be Harry Enton's head would explode. I mean, we're talking about, if you look at the Real Clear Politics average, I mean, down the board, it's like Trump up 0.8 of a point, 1.1 point, Harris up 0.7, statistically tied. I mean, when's the last time we have seen a true landslide victory? I mean, you say it all the time. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, landslides don't happen. I mean, Walter Mondale, Ronald Reagan, 1984. But that was I think Mondale won one state. That was a landslide. That just doesn't happen anymore. Now, an electoral college landslide, what would you say? Like, is a landslide for that 10 points, 5 points, 8 points? What's the you know what I mean? Like, is it 292 to 257? Is that a landslide? You know what I mean?
I mean, again, if it looks similar to it has the last 2 times around, I mean, it's what, 306 or 330 or whatever to 232. I mean, there's no way we could pull it up if you just look at it. What was it, 304 to 232 and then 306 to 235 or something like that. I don't see that final score in the Electoral College. I don't see that happening for either candidate. Again, the one thing that I firmly believe, and there's not many things I firmly believe right now because it's just so unpredictable. Like, I mean, you heard Frank Luntz say nobody should make a prediction on this election because it is so stinking tight.
A lot of people are, though, on both sides.
I know.
On both sides.
A California professor, and I hope he's right, he's saying that Donald Trump will win the presidency next week. So he's using engineering principles based on probability and statistics to analyze all the polling data.
Yeah. And there's a lot of ways you can arrive at a conclusion. You can look at polling data. You can look at betting markets. You can look at today in history versus 4 years ago versus 8 years ago, a lot of which actually does favor Donald Trump.
Phil, do you have cut 11? Can you play cut 11? Speaking of people saying there's going to be a landslide, this is cut 11. This was in Glendale, Arizona last night. Play it if you have it.
I smell a landslide on Tuesday.
There we go.
Well, I've been on the road for 19 months now. And
how many of those months were you faithful to your wife?
Oh. A little over. a little over. Thank you. Thank you, MAGA.
Jimmy Kelly, I need Bobby Kennedy saying "I smell" on my board. Not I smell a landslide, just I smell. God, that was cringe. But here's some good news. Trump, Axios, of all places, reporting this. A new internal memo by Tony Fabrizio, chief pollster for all 3 of Donald Trump's presidential campaign, tells the former president that he's in a, quote, radically better position than he was right before the 2020 election. Axios had this scoop from their top writer, Mike Allen. The memo addressed to, quote, Team Trump has the subject line, quote, President Trump is on the verge. Fabrizio draws on Real Clear Politics polling average to argue that Trump's position nationally and in every single battleground state is significantly better today than it was 4 years ago. And he says the following, I point this out not to stoke overconfidence or complacency, but to illustrate just how close this election is and that victory is within our reach. But the fact remains that we still have a great deal of work to do. While the analysis of early and absentee vote returns in each state is promising, we know that the bulk of President Trump voters will vote on Election Day. So what was that magic number? Is it 400,000 or 500,000 that you need to be within, basically, for Republicans versus Democrats to have a puncher's chance on Election Day where the deficit's not too big?
It's like 400,000. However, let me just say this, that Republicans are utilizing early voting where they haven't in the past. So I don't know if that number still holds.
It's true.
You know what I mean? Because all these Republicans that are doing early voting and mail-in voting, I don't know if they're going to vote on Election Day. Yes, of course, there's going to be a majority of them do, but I don't think it's going to be the number that it was in 2020.
Right. Because
more people are going to do same-day voting.
That's right.
I will say, again,
Or
a woman
early
told me yesterday, keep hearing this from different people as far as new voters, like the Amish, where there are, 80,000 Amish in Pennsylvania?
Because you're really hanging your hat on the Amish,
I know.
aren't you?
But all of these new voters
Don't fail us, Seamus.
I know. Amos,
Yeah.
but they were persecuted. They have been persecuted by the feds and by the state. And so a lot of people saying these are first time, some of them have never voted in their lives.
Right.
And they have not just American flags on their like buggies, but Trump flags.
Yeah, they're MAGA buggies.
So, every little bit counts, but I think that that's what makes this upcoming Election Day so important.
You're right.
Because I think that we're going to have so many new voters, and it's going to come down to those new voters.
With what we've seen, if you can't get motivated to vote this time around over the last what's occurred in the last 4 years, then nothing will move the needle for you, right? Because I can guarantee you, from 2021 through now, you're never going to have the same cycle from COVID to censorship to lockdowns to vaccine mandates to your candidate almost being assassinated to lifelong legacy dynasty Democrat families aligning with everything that we have seen. Hell, let's just say in 2024 alone, this will never happen again. Ever. So if this doesn't move the needle for you and you sit on your keister and you just gripe about it to your 9 followers on Facebook and your family, then just, I don't know what to do. I can't help you. If this doesn't get you to get up off your butt and go to the, it's like when you're, you gain too much weight and then the doctor says, hey, you're pre-diabetic. You're on the verge of this. You need to change your diet and you need to get to the gym. If that doesn't scare the you-know-what out of you to actually do what the experts are telling you to do, then I don't know what will, right? So we talk about motivation. I do think Republicans are motivated, but it needs to be at an all-time high. I don't want to hear Athen Koutsarumbis on November 13th saying, I don't know, the polls were ghost towns around 5:05. Republicans just didn't show up. I'm going to be like, Athen, I love you, buddy. Thank you for the insight. I'm not disputing that, but I got to go now. I have to leave. I'm going to go stick my head in the toilet. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 and a couple of other interesting stories, including the Utes today. A lot of investment from the Trump campaign with the social media influencers, the 18 to 29-year-old crowd, but they have become major election liars. That story on the other side. Kayal and Company back after this.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
The following is a paid commercial message.
27 years in politics has changed Bob Casey. He's just not the same anymore. In Washington, Bob Casey voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. And Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations against their beliefs. Letting men compete against our daughters? Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes? It's just not normal. But that's how liberal Casey is these days. Casey also voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits, too. Casey even voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Higher taxes on Social Security? Raising drug costs for seniors? Come on, Casey. It's just not right. Bob Casey's gone way too liberal for Pennsylvania. After 27 years, we need a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With the federal government allowing over 20 million non-residents into our country to participate in social programs that they aren't paying for, the taxes on your portfolio are set to skyrocket.
Barry Kaiser. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2005. With this year's election, I'm concerned there will be continued high spending, providing opportunities for people who aren't even American citizens. Taxes would continue to go up and families would have a much more difficult time living. But I don't have to be concerned financially because I've been through 2 market crashes since I've been in Crash Proof Retirement, and I have not lost a penny. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I've earned over 10%. Once it is credited, you never lose it. With Crash Proof Retirement, I'm election proof.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. 800-290-7100.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. 7:04. It's Kayal and Company Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day, perhaps an early start to your weekend. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Cut sheet, 7:45. Sean Farish coming up at 8:30. And also the Utes that are legally eligible to vote. They're only doing so at about an 8% clip. But half the time they lie when they're asked who they voted for. Why is that? And is that a bipartisan thing? We'll get to that as we continue. Also, you know, it's interesting in sports when you come out and you share political views, you get a lot of pushback, right? Well, and sometimes you end up being the top-selling apparel and jersey for doing so. We'll give you an update if you heard our story on Monday after Sunday Night Football as far as MAGA hats in the NFL. That's coming up as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this November 1st, 7 o'clock edition. 67 degrees, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of some sparse raindrops, much needed. Philadelphia police say they're investigating this deadly triple shooting. This is in the city's Frankfurt section. Happened late last night. Errett and Leiper Streets. Police confirming a man in his 30s died from those injuries. 37-year-old man was also shot in his stomach. He's in critical condition this morning in the hospital. And then a 40-year-old woman also shot in her leg. She's in stable condition right now, also hospitalized. In all, it looks like 11 shots were fired. The 3 people were standing together, and apparently this was outside. It was Halloween night, obviously, so I don't know if there were children in the area, but they were standing together on a sidewalk just outside their homes in the neighborhood there. So police don't know if the shooter or shooters were in a car. It could have been a drive-by or running by, so we don't have, it's the usual. We don't have the descriptions. We don't have a motive. Police say there are surveillance cameras in the area that they are reviewing. Really a disturbing story out of the suburbs this morning. This is a 24-year-old Horsham man in police custody this morning after police say that they're accusing this man of raping a 10-month-old baby boy and then producing child pornography of this brutal attack on this child, which he then allegedly shared online. This from investigators. They are identifying him as this 24-year-old man from Horsham, Brian Grew, and he's under arrest, and he is behind bars right now, charged with multiple counts of rape of a child, and also creation and distribution of child pornography. So the video they say that he shared online was of a baby that this man has access to. That's how they're wording it. So I don't have any, there are no other details as to this baby boy, if he's been taken to a hospital or examined, that sort of thing. We know that this guy is being held on $2 million bail. Preliminary hearing is November 14th. We'll get some details then. But the good news, if there's no good news, but this was a monitoring system through the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. and they monitor these things, and somehow they were able to see this a piece of this video. It had been uploaded and shared via the online messaging platform KIK. And so this led to a tip call, and this led to this man's arrest.
Special place in prison for these individuals. Special place for these guys.
Firing squad.
Yeah.
God.
Found guilty, firing squad.
Agreed.
They had to, and this takes, some quite, as far as internet skills by these detectives. So Horsham Township detectives, kudos to them. I don't know if they worked with federal authorities. It looks like this is a local case, but this guy used his username was Zen Shadows OL. And so that was his username they were giving out, and I think they're giving it out because they're giving enough information about this man that I think there's always this fear that if this man had access to other children, they want people to come forth because they're giving a lot of details here, and there's a reason for that.
Mr. B says, I'm sick now. Yes.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, nothing like this to start everybody's morning, Dawn. Thank you.
Sorry.
91 LS Extra says wood chipper. Yeah. I could do that. Feet first.
Yes. No, let's go head first.
No, because then he'll just be dead instantly.
Right. You want
him
to build
to suffer.
The slow build. Yeah.
If you're really gonna make somebody suffer,
right,
is you start very slowly,
right,
with just the feet,
correct,
and then you go up a little bit farther to the legs,
yeah,
and then you take them out for a little while, let them bleed out a little bit,
right.
Then you go a little farther,
yeah.
Then you do the genitalia area,
right.
And then you let them bleed out a little bit, and then you go a little farther.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Oh my God. But I'm just pointing out because I'm looking at this. Normally, you don't get these details until you go to court and you have that first hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So they are speaking out about this, giving all these details, giving the name, the username, all of that. Like I say, because they want people to pay attention to the story, and if there are other people in any way think something might have happened with their child, please call Horsham detectives. A Halloween night wildfire cruise in South Jersey, still battling this 100-acre wildfire. This is Cumberland County, Down Township, and say I don't have a cause for this, but the flames, it started around Railroad Avenue last night and into this morning as well. We've talked about Elon Musk, so his lawyers. Musk was not at City Hall yesterday, but Musk. Now, the ruling from the judge says he can continue to give away cash to those registered voters for now. And this is from a Pennsylvania state judge. So Elon Musk, a Donald J. Trump supporter, obviously, is doing this through his political group, America PAC, offering these cash prizes. It's $1 million check, and you see this across certain battleground states like Pennsylvania, like North Carolina. And so Philadelphia DA started this as he sued Musk. And this is not a criminal proceeding, although Krasner has threatened that, but this is a civil proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And Krasner has said Musk must be stopped immediately before the upcoming presidential election. Well, Judge Angelo Foglietta says that the lawsuit is put on hold, Krasner's suit, while a federal court now will decide whether or not to take up the case.
I would love to know, because I remember the first winner came up on stage, if you recall, with Elon, and you got the big cardboard check. I'm wondering if anybody has actually received their $1 million yet, because however this plays out, do they have to hold on to that money and not spend it until this court plays out? Okay, well, because I would spend it real quick right now, folks.
I don't know about that, Dawn, because I think it depends on the possession, right? So if you're awarded this money and you're presented this big check, is that then your owner, quote unquote, of that money, or does it have to be deposited into your bank account? It's a very interesting question.
It is, because if I was in physical possession of the funds, not the ceremonial cardboard check, but like if my bank account was 7 figures deeper all of a sudden, which it already is, by the way, so I don't need that kind of money. Yeah. I tell you right now, I'd make a down payment on a house. I mean, I would liquid. That would be out of my possession.
Yes. It would. In some places, if you're getting into the legalese of it,
yeah.
In some places, that handing over that check is just as good as it being in your possession.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you have that money, yeah, I think you're right though, because a lot of these people are saying, "I'm going to buy a home. I'm going to get a new roof."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, but I don't think anybody's going to go after. These are ordinary people. I don't think anybody wants to go after the individuals who got the $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, like to your point earlier in the 6 a.m. hour, Nick, I think that this is political.
I wonder what the tax rate is on that.
I also don't think that...
Yeah, pay taxes on it.
Yeah. I also don't think that he's given anything out in the last couple of weeks.
From what I've read, I thought it was just the first person.
No, there's
been
a couple, but not,
Yeah.
To the point about the polls and election stuff, just this morning, environmental and so-called green politicians from across Europe are calling on U.S. Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein to withdraw from the race for the White House and endorse Democrat Kamala Harris instead. So they are saying that, and these are all environmental so-called green parties from Germany, France, Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Ireland, Estonia, Belgium, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, etc. They released a statement saying that Stein, that they're making a plea to Jill Stein, please endorse Harris and the Democrats, and this is all over climate change, the environment. And so Politico, I saw Politico put something out about this, saying that Stein is on the ballot in nearly every critical United States, and polls between 1.1 and 1.4%, meaning Jill Stein's candidacy could cost Harris critical votes in this very tight race for the White House.
Mm-hmm.
They are the Harris campaign in I don't think I've ever seen before, which just shows you how much money they have. Mm-hmm. They have ads directly targeting Jill Stein and her voters, like directly targeting them, not even about Trump.
Yeah,
it says that if you vote for her, vote for Trump.
Yeah, well, the war chest, it was I think from July 21st through September 25th, $1.1 billion.
Yep.
And
it's absurd.
It's an obscene amount of money, and it's not like Trump's money is bad. I mean, Trump's got it was I think the number was $640 million.
Yeah,
and she's got that almost doubled up.
By the way, 91 LSXer says $334,000 is the tax on $1 million.
Is that what it is?
So you
pay that up front.
You get $1 million. You get $1 million bucks, and it's actually only $600,000 and some change.
So,
yeah, not enough to, quit your job over.
No.
And by the way, we still have the largest, blue collar workers, the AFSCME union that we talked about. There, 9,000 of them announced that strike authorization yesterday, and they were starting to mess up traffic, remember, mid-morning yesterday, as they were like surrounding City Hall and that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that one, the AFSCME brewing, and then remember, TikTok, we also have SEPTA in a separate, you know what I mean? So we have all of this action, these these strike authorizations by these different unions, and how does that play out for Election Day?
Dawn, I listened to your show until 11:18 yesterday, and you might say, why did I listen for that long? Well, it took me an hour and 13 minutes to get home yesterday.
Yeah.
An hour and 16 miles. The Schuylkill was just a crawl. I can't tell you the amount of rage.
So annoying.
The rage that goes through my pores when I sit on 76, not moving. I want to put somebody in a wood chipper.
Fargo. That would be your accomplice in the wood chipper.
Yeah, the wood chipper.
Morning drive now goes to 11:18.
Yeah, right? Because of
Unbelievable.
the Schuylkill.
By the way, it's Friday at 7:17 in the morning.
Yeah.
Normally, it would probably be jammed. But do you think that people are just, yesterday was Halloween.
Well, that's true.
Maybe a lot of people, quote unquote, working from home today. Like, I can almost guarantee you, this office will be a ghost town today.
Of course.
Yeah.
And the Philadelphia Inquirer, by the way, one of their headline stories on their digital version, like a virgin. Over 2 million mail-in ballots have been requested in the state alone for the 2024 election, And so they're talking about our slow process here in PA and how that sows mistrust in our elections. So I thought that was an interesting headline as they look at that.
Yeah, but by the way, speaking of newspapers, if you are one of our Lehigh Valley listeners, the Easton Express Times, which is the newspaper my mom used to work at, will cease printing their print publication starting in 2025.
Wow, really?
Yes. They will be digital only. How about that?
That's interesting.
So the Lehigh Valley will be down to one paper, which is the Morning Call.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if other companies will follow suit on a larger scale in bigger markets.
That's it. Wow, that is I mean, look, do you really need to print papers these days? I know you like to,
I love printing things. You know me. I love to burn through paper like a madman.
You do.
Yeah.
When I get those memos. You know, you guys use 300 reels of paper a month? I'm like, yes, I know that.
I'll stop using the paper when people stop wearing cologne to work. How about that?
That's an inside joke because there's somebody in the building that we all have to see all these big signs all over.
Yeah. Yep. But I'll never
But
say
it's
anything
one
about
person.
it just because I wouldn't be able to handle
But I think he
myself.
smells good. I like his cologne.
Yeah.
The person they're writing about.
You're saying it's a he, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a he.
By the way, I've had the same bottle of cologne since 2015. I have. I've only used a third of it. My wife bought me that Sauvage by Dior, Dior.
I gotta tell you, Sean was in here the other day training with Phil, and like I went into that room and I was just like, oh my God, you smell lovely.
Yeah.
Well, just lovely.
Yeah, man. It's like as if the body wash these days and the body sprays and the deodorants aren't enough. Now we need to douse ourselves.
Intoxicating.
Yeah, let me just wash myself in Old Spice and Brute. Remember when your pop would put on Brute after he got done shaving?
Yep.
And what was the blue one, by the way? Aqua Velva.
Aqua Velva. Yep.
Yeah, we need to make aftershave great again.
Yeah.
That's my platform.
Well, today
nobody shaves anymore. I'm sorry, Don.
No,
nobody
you're right.
shaves
You're
anymore.
right.
Everybody just has beards.
That's right.
So Friday, November 1st, 78 degrees today. We won't set a record because I think the record is 83 degrees set back in the 1940s. So we're not really breaking records this week despite all the heat. We have a big drop in the temperature this weekend. Both days, Saturday, Sunday, we're looking at 62 degrees and partly sunny, mostly sunny for Saturday, and then partly sunny for Sunday. Next week, above average for November. Monday, we start out 65 degrees, and Election Day, 75 degrees. And mostly sunny for your election day. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. A couple of housekeeping notes I just want to pass along here. First of all, our Veteran Spotlight program, where we're asking you to nominate a local World War II veteran to be featured on the show. That's fastly approaching. It's coming up the week of Monday, November 11th. What we would like you to do is to go to 1210WPHT.com to submit a photo and a quick story of a local vet so we can celebrate his or her remarkable commitment and exceptional service during World War II. So whether you were in the Army, the Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, nurses, service pilots, medical staff, any of that or anything I didn't mention, we want to hear your story. Visit 1210WPHT.com to submit your nomination. The Veteran Spotlight is a partnership program with the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. I mean, you can call our front office and our receptionist, Skylar. She's great, but probably be easier if you just use the website that we give you, because I believe a couple days ago, Stalker said that she was being flooded at the front desk with calls.
She was, and we've been getting some great entries in there. So just go to 1210WPHT.com. All the information is right there if you want to submit somebody.
Yes.
We have some people already lined up for the week of November 11th. So
Yeah.
it's going to be it's going to be like, look, the greatest generation. I'm biased because both my grandfathers fought in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
So when we had a chance, thanks to our good friends at Window Nation for sponsoring this, when we had a chance to do this, I was like, hell yeah, let's do that generation, because there's so few of them left.
Right.
Their stories need to be. I just feel like we are in a spot, Nick, Dawn, where because a lot of that generation is no longer with us, a lot of the stories are gone forever, and it's up to us, the next generation, to come down to keep those stories alive and keep their memories alive and keep what happened. And let's not let this happen again, like those coward French who surrendered.
Yes.
Unlike our brave men who went over there and defeated evil incarnate.
I also feel like the further and further we get away from all of those global wars, with each generation, there's less of an admiration and a knowledge for our heroes, right? Like boomers versus Gen X to millennials to Gen Z to Gen Alpha. There's less of an admiration out of either ignorance or just incompetence that they don't acknowledge it.
You know what it is? Hearing the name Hitler being thrown around so loosely and so like he's Hitler, no he's Hitler, no that person's Hitler. It's like no, like you have no idea the evil that was Adolf Hitler and that whole Nazi thing. And to see that poll that you stated a couple weeks ago, Nick, where Gen Z, like 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 5,
20%
thought that Hitler wasn't completely wrong,
and he had quote some good ideas.
I'm just like, these stories need to be told by the people who were there fighting them.
Was there any wonder why now you see these Gen Z dopes, especially the ones that identify as LGBTQ+, defending Palestine and Gaza, and you wonder why they thought Hitler had some good ideas?
It's just it's nauseating, and we always say about September 11th, never forget, never forget, never forget. Like, we're really forgetting what our grandparents and great-grandparents went through.
Yes.
And that cannot happen. That cannot happen because history is going to repeat itself. I'm sorry to say, but it will.
Yep, I agree.
Well, if we keep going the way we're going, and if this administration continues, then we'll be able to empathize because look at all the world wars that are being threatened.
Yep. Democrats have become the party of war and Trump's anti-war. Speaking of Trump, one other housekeeping note. Tomorrow, I'm going to be at the Washington Township Republican Organization in New Jersey for the early voting Rally to Victory. It will be from 9 to 11 a.m. at the Republican headquarters in Turnersville, New Jersey. It's right there at the Turnersville Square Shopping Center. Congressman Jeff Van Drew, Curtis Bashaw, and many others. I'll be emceeing it along with Matt Rooney. It's interesting. They did the little poster for it and the little social media ad. And it's interesting the description they put for Rooney compared to myself, where it says under my name, it says 1210 a.m. Kayal and Company morning show radio host. Below Rooney's name, it just says radio personality.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
What is that about?
Nope. Come on.
Wait. Radio personality.
He's an employee of mine.
Yeah.
He's an
He's
employee.
also an attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says...
No, I don't care about that, Don. I care about the fact that he's not giving us some love.
Radio personality and Save Jersey blogger.
Well,
They call him a blogger.
His Save Jersey website is huge. That's how we know him. But
it's better than a blog.
He needs to be plugging our radio station.
But he probably didn't create that.
I know.
It's not his thing.
Steve, I hate to do it to you.
Steve,
Steve, come on, Steve.
You got to put...
Everybody in the Turnersville, New Jersey area should come out tomorrow morning and be a part of this.
It'll be fun.
I couldn't be there. We got high school football.
I know. I got to get home. I got the girls have an event coming up. I got to take them to, and then I got to be at home at least in time for the second half of Penn State, Ohio State.
Ohio. This is the whiteout game.
By the way, you can hear it all right here on 1210 WPHT, starting at 11:30 tomorrow morning. So, Nick, when you're driving home, you can listen to it. Right?
That's exactly what I plan on doing.
1210 WPHT. But if you're in the Turnersville, New Jersey area or anywhere over there, what else is over there? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with that.
I know. Every time I get over there, I just feel like I'm so out, like a fish out of water.
There's too many circles.
Yeah, there is.
Why can't you make a left turn?
The GPS gets all goofed up.
Can we please make a left turn? I know. New Jersey. Is that hard?
On further thought, Steve, we're gonna have to renegotiate here. This guy a little something else on the side. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheets coming up at 7:45. We know Gen Z's anti-war. Gen Z believes that 20% of them think Hitler had some good ideas, but when the 8% of the Gen Zers vote, why are they lying about who they voted for? We'll get to that story when we come back. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And today we are talking about the Honda Prologue. That is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles. On a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free. And it has 3 charging options for you to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. How about that? $275, under $300 a month for an SUV? You don't even hear about those deals today, do you? No, you don't, but you get it at Piazza Auto. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. And you can shop online right now, piazzahonda.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com. res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I smell.
Yes, you do smell, Bobby. Kayal and Company. Yeah. 7:45, fast approaching. Friday edition of the Cut Sheet. My second favorite installment, because that means we're almost at the weekend.
By the way,
favorite edition, Mondays.
Can I just say, apropos of nothing, this is a very underrated Rolling Stones album and song.
What album would this be?
Undercover of the Night.
Maybe Phil Almquist will have...
There's a reason I'm playing it, of course. You know, it's a great, great album that never gets the love that it should.
And roughly what year was this album?
1983, I want to say, maybe 82, something like that. I could be wrong. Phil, correct me.
All right. I like it. 855-839-1210. Also, I'm going to give you this Gen Z story here in a moment. But the Daily Mail with a good breakdown of election night results and closing time. So I just wanted to pass this along as a little factoid for you for the 7 swing states, because I know many of you, myself included, will be up as late as possible, hoping to get results on election night. That probably will not come. For what it's worth, 4 years ago, they didn't come until Saturday. And 8 years ago, it was about 2 in the morning into Wednesday morning in 2016. When the polls were officially closed and everything was finalized, tabulated, results come in, so forth and so on, and Trump was victorious. So in Arizona, the polls close at 7 p.m., which would be 10 p.m. Eastern for us. So obviously a late one there. In Georgia, it'll be 7 p.m. Eastern, except for, you know, a couple of the municipalities that might be in the central time zone. Michigan will be 7 p.m. Eastern. Also, you have Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern. North Carolina, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Pennsylvania, as I'm sure you know, 8 p.m. And Wisconsin will be 9 p.m. Eastern time. So those are some of the numbers. Now, when it comes to this story about Gen Z, I found this to be fascinating. And maybe it's not fascinating. Maybe I should have expected this. You know, we've talked a lot about these Gen Z stories out there, how soft they are in the workplace. You know, the New York Post with a couple of different stories on Gen Zers that we've given you in the last 2 months about how they're snowflakes and they don't want to work hard and, you know, the whole bit. But then we've also given Gen Z a little bit of love as well. You know, they are now the tool belt generation. I remember that story we had with the Wall Street Journal about how they're skipping college to go to the trades, which is very smart and savvy. They won't be in debt. But I do find it interesting that Axios has this story where half of Gen Z voters and 1 in 4 voters overall have lied to people close to them about who they're voting for. That according to the latest survey from the Harris poll. Voters age 18 to 27 who came of age during the hyperpolarized Trump era of politics appear to be amongst the most sensitive to perceived pressure and judgment from friends or loved ones. Quote, there's a new privacy emerging here where it's far more convenient to either lie or not talk about it, said John Gerzema, the CEO of the Harris poll, which is not affiliated, by the way, with Kamala Harris. The new social etiquette is to be like Switzerland. Why would you want that heat, they say? Overall, 33% of respondents in the survey said they aren't close to some family members because of differing political beliefs. But that jumps to 44% of Gen Z and 47% of millennials that are aged 28 to 43. And 58% of overall voters surveyed say who they're voting for is a private matter. Now, we've always talked about this from a family perspective, right? You know, politics with that uncle on Thanksgiving. And I've seen many political arguments on my wife's side of the family over politics. I've said this before. My wife's mom, my mother-in-law, she's not woke by any stretch. She's not a progressive. But she's not even, I would say she's somewhere left of a classic liberal. She's more like a modern day liberal. And the rest of her family, now she has, I think, 5 or 6 brothers and sisters. They're all Republicans. So she is kind of like the lone wolf Democrat. And they've had battles over the years. My sister is a Trump Republican, but she married a man from Oklahoma who grew up in a conservative family his entire life. So it's interesting when you get in these settings where you know, especially in a family setting or close friend setting, where you know people hold certain political beliefs. And I've gotten into political arguments with friends and family, but I've never allowed it to get to the point where I no longer have a relationship with that person or that relationship has been strained. But I'm sure many of you out there probably have had to deal with this. But I would also think now more than ever, and I this is just based on my observations. Dawn and Greg, if you disagree, let me know. The audience, if you disagree, let me know. It seems to me that the Trump supporter is more open and verbal and also shows their support, whether it's a hat, a shirt, a sign in the yard, a bumper sticker, whatever it might be, than they were 4 years ago, and certainly more than they were 8 years ago. And I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just like, you know what? I don't give a damn if you don't like the fact that I'm voting for Trump, go pound sand. I don't know if it's because the last 4 years the economy's been terrible and the issues are clearly in favor of Trump when you compare the two administrations. But I do believe now more than ever. And when I was trick-or-treating last night, and I'm going through 2 or 3 neighborhoods in Whitpain Township, Bluebell, all right? That's not Trump MAGA country, all right? I saw a lot of Trump Vance signs. Now, I saw Walls and Harris signs as well. I would say probably 60-40 in favor of Trump, but it seems like and we've seen it in sports, we've seen it with entertainers, more and more people. Now, I will say, to be fair, a lot of the people that have come out have been people that have made their money. They've established their career. They're well off. And if they, quote, get canceled or don't get another concert or a movie role, they don't care because they're 58 or they're 62 or they're Hulk Hogan and they're 70 and they don't give a damn at this point anymore. But, Dawn, do you think there's more of an open acceptance to go out there and say, yeah, Trump is my guy. Yeah, I am a Republican, compared to the last 2 election cycles? Or do you think people are still intimidated to publicly say it and they kind of hide in the closet?
I still think for suburban women, and I'll go suburban women, starting at like late 20s to through their 30s and even early 40s, who are in the burbs, and if they're Trump supporters, they still don't want to deal with it. And one thing that's turning them off is that Democrats' ground game in going door to door in the suburbs, specifically Chester County, Montgomery County, the Democrats going door to door, a lot of them are men who are kind of aggressive. And so friends that I have, friends and family, and they say like, man, this guy comes to the door. And so maybe, she's a stay-at-home mom or she's home that day. She'll say, thanks for volunteering, but I'm, I'm a Republican voter, whatever. And sometimes it gets nasty.
Yeah.
So they don't appreciate that. And so I always say, if somebody's not polite, because most of them in my experience are very nice, no matter who they are. But if they get kind of aggressive, call the cops, call the party that they're affiliated with, let them know.
Yeah.
Because they're doing their own party a disservice if they start getting argumentative or like, really?
Right.
How could you do that? What is the matter with you?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
So I am hearing that, but I just think a lot of people don't want to deal with it.
Yeah. I've only had one negative experience with my I don't walk around with like a MAGA hat on. I have the Trump bumper sticker on my truck, the Take America Back sticker. And I think I put that on maybe in May or June of this past spring, early portion of the summer. And honest to God, in Bluebell, I'll get people that at a red light that'll beep, roll the window down, and they'll say, yeah, Trump, blah, blah, blah. I would say, honest to God, and I might have had 12 interactions. 11 of those 12 have been positive. There was one negative one. I was at the chiropractor about 6 weeks ago. Our guy, Dr. Mike, you know him. Mm-hmm. And I'm getting ready, and I had to park, and I had to back in. And there was a guy probably maybe a little older than Stocker, probably late 40s. And my windows were down, and he yelled, "They're eating the dogs! They're eating the dogs!" And I just laughed and I giggled. And then he kept saying it as he's walking up the steps. And then he goes, "You effing people." And I'm like, oh, he wasn't making a joke about it. He was like trying to insult me. And I just, I giggled, laughed it off. But
well, getting back to what you guys were saying about the silent Trump voters or the silent Kamala Harris, the Kamala Harris campaign is actually banking on the fact that there are a lot of silent Kamala Harris voters.
Oh, I believe it.
And those voters are women.
Yep.
This is an ad from that Julia Roberts narrates where they go exactly down that path. Cut 3, Phil, if you can. Cut 3, do you have it?
We can get it to the cut sheet if you want.
No, I want to play it now. So we're talking about it.
The don't ask, don't tell.
Cut 3. Julia, you said Roberts?
Julia Roberts.
Not Julia Childs.
Do we not have it? What's happening?
Here it is.
There we go.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose, you can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey. Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
Yeah, I have no problem with people that vote and keep it to themselves. Your personal decision, your privacy, Republican, Democrat. You want to handle your business, no yard signs, no bumper stickers, show up or go early, do whatever you got to do, and you don't advertise that. It's always because I'm such an outspoken guy. Like, we're trick-or-treating last night, and I'm like, man, my kids are getting ahead, and we're with the other parents, and then all of a sudden you kind of separate a little bit, and it's just me and the wife, and I'm like, you see that Trump sign over there? You see that Harris Wall sign over there? And she's like, just shut up. And she's like saying it to me like quietly. She's like, we have no idea what they're political, and I'm like, I don't care what I'm just we're just doing a little tally here.
Polling.
I'm doing real life polling, Dawn. That's right. And my polls are very accurate. All right, we'll come back and get to a Friday installment of What is on the Cut Sheet. And Stocker's got all the goodies on tap. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early, in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd, or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Ohio State. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I see your teeth flash, Jamaican honey so sweet. Down with Lexington.
7:51. It's Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up in a moment. Sean Farish at 8:30. Our McCausland lock of the week. Before we get out of here, as Doug Peterson coming back to Philadelphia.
By the way, Nick, Kayal, Dawn Stensland.
What?
Have either of you submitted your money to the Travis Mannion Foundation yet from last week? It was busy.
Much like Elon Musk, I'm going to hand out cardboard cutout checks.
Don't.
I thought of
is
this
it
yesterday.
Swelch or Welch on your bet?
Damned if I know. I'll get it wrong regardless.
$40, both of you.
Yeah.
Travis Mannion Foundation. Show me the receipt.
Yeah.
Or we're not betting this week. No.
Pay your debts.
Pay your dues.
leeches.
Pay your dues, damn it.
Yes. By the way, quickly, we talked about a lot of polling numbers in the last couple of days. This was interesting. The Suffolk USA Today poll conducted from October 27th to October 30th. We've talked about Northampton County being the ultimate bellwether county in the swingiest of the swing states, that is Pennsylvania. A big shift in the USA Today poll. The last poll in Northampton County, which is Easton and Bethlehem, PA, hometown county that I was born and raised in, Stocker, you as well. Harris was +5, but now it is Trump +2. So Sean Ferris just tagged me in a poll and wanted to pass that along because he knows Northampton County is big. So I just wanted to share that with you before we get to what we have lined up right now. 7:52. Let's find out what's on that cut sheet, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I know, Dawn, you and you two like to discuss the media. What do you call it, Dawn? Media malpractice, right? It's going on right now, actually. I don't know if you guys have seen these headlines all over. The headlines state, and Phil, I'm starting with cut 19. The headlines state, Trump calls for firing squad to surround and attack Liz Cheney.
This is ridiculous. This is.
I saw this. I saw this headline. I was like, oh my God, what did he possibly say? What could he have said that would make this? I mean, it's literally like it's what they're leading with on Morning Joe. And I was like, man, this is bad. If this is true, this is bad.
Yep.
So he was in Glendale, Arizona last night with Tucker Carlson, and they were talking about Liz Cheney. And I played the clip. There's like a 20-second clip floating around out there. And if you just take it at face value, you're like, well, I don't know, maybe. But if you play the longer clip, well, I'll let you guys listen to it. Okay. Let the audience listen to it and see what they think.
So you want to do the short one first and then the full context?
Remember the headline. Trump calls for firing squad to surround and attack Liz Cheney. Shoot Liz Cheney in the face is basically what they're saying.
Right.
CNN, Trump says war hawk Liz Cheney should be fired upon in an escalation of his violent rhetoric.
All right, play cut 19, Phil.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. And I used to I'd have meetings with a lot of people, and she always wanted to go to war with people.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, look, to me, it's very, and I know exactly what he's saying, and most people with a functional brain understand what he's saying. It's easy to sit there and say, yeah, send somebody else over to be slaughtered in the line of battle while you sit there in a cozy little conference room in our nation's capital.
But think about if you are listening to most of the media right now, they're not playing the long in context clip that Greg Stocker just played. And so what they're hearing, and then the reaction, of course, would be, "Oh my goodness!"
Because you know why, Dawn? Because they cut it off. Phil, can you play it one more time? I'll show you where they cut it off because I'm going to cut it off.
Okay.
This is where they cut it off. Phil, play it one more time. Cut 19.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her. Okay. Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
That's where they cut it off.
And so they came up with words like firing squad.
You play it like that without hearing what he says at the end. And Phil, play it one more time in its entirety. I'm sorry to do this to you. Play it one more time in its entirety, please. Start it over.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person.
I mean, if you listen to it in all of its context, she's not saying anything that, by the way, a lot of liberals were saying in 2003 and 2004.
Yeah. The same thing. Yeah, Liz Cheney, Lindsey Graham. I know he roasted John Bolton yesterday. I think he said something to the effect of, a $15 drone gets shot down and John Bolton wants to start a new war, and it's so true. It's these wannabe tough guys that want to drum up the war machine and start all these endless conflicts that are pointless.
What was the song "Fortunate Son" about by John Fogerty and CCR in 1968 or 1969? It was about how these politicians can make all of these decisions, and their kids and wealthy people don't have to serve. That's all he was saying.
Yes, exactly.
But NPR, Trump using violent language attacking war hawk Liz Cheney, says guns should be trained on her face. So these are all the headlines, and then people say, look at what he's saying, because they're clipping it right where Greg said.
Yep.
And to me, this is an FCC violation. I think all of these entities, NBC News, NPR, CNN, they should be censured, and they should have to lead story. They should have to apologize and then put it in context.
Yeah. Well, Trump just filed a $10 billion suit against CBS for what they did with the altered clips, right? And, you have these warmongering, low-life losers like Lindsey Graham. Like, Lindsey Graham in conflict, he would be running like a Frenchman from a cap gun.
Here's the problem with this, though, and I think it's to Greg's point, is that we're days away from a critical election. And there are people's Halloween yesterday. People are, maybe they imbibed a little, walked around the neighborhood with the kids, whatever, on this Friday. So what do they see? They see these headlines and they think, oh my goodness, does this make a difference in the election? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel it is a targeted attack of misinformation, disinformation.
Oh, I know.
And these are Democrats, right? They want to, by the way, shadow ban all of us and get all of us in trouble and have these campaigns against disinfo and misinfo.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Isn't it amazing how they pretend to be the gatekeepers of fact and truth, and they sit there and lecture you on what is misinformation? I mean, you're right. That's like, FCC. That's a fireable offense. Like, you can't play that clip and then put out headlines like that.
Look, you guys know this, and a lot of you get upset at me. I'm the first one to say I want to hear more of that. I want to hear more of it in context. I do it with both sides. When I first saw this, I was like, wow, that's rough. Goodness, yeah. And then I saw the clip and I was like, yeah, he kind of does say that. And then you have to really, really search. I was like, I want to see the whole thing. So I went to YouTube and I actually physically went there and found the entire clip. So like, this is ridiculous that this is even, and guys, you know me, I do not carry Trump's water.
No, and you'll crush me if I play a clip out of context that's been snipped off at 8 seconds. That if I played it for 6 more seconds, would have been a different story.
This is my biggest problem with where we are today as a society and as dumb people, is that we take what we see on Twitter and social media as fact, and it shouldn't be either side. And we do this all the time, and things get spun. And like these news networks were always the first to call. I mean, for God's sake, they were the one who were arguing over an apostrophe over what Joe Biden said.
Yeah.
And they're going to play this and run with it like it's the damn gospel truth.
Well, and speaking of the apostrophe with garbage, the Associated Press has now come out. Originally, the headline, AP sources, White House altered record of Biden's garbage remark despite stenographer concerns. I mean, so the AP is even dunking on the White House, saying, no, a stenographer said that this is blah, 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 blah. The White House still decided to fudge the transcript. And the Associated Press, we've realized in the last year specifically, not the biggest friend to the right or Trump. And even they are crushing the White House.
By the way, Liz Cheney, of course, is using this as an opportunity to hashtag vote Kamala. She says, this is how dictators destroy free nations. They threaten those who speak against them with death. We cannot entrust our country and our freedom to a petty, vindictive, cruel, unstable man who wants to be a tyrant. And what does she link to? That 20-second clip that cuts off the very end.
So she fundraises off of it. By the way, New York Post, breaking news, an illegal migrant is arrested for allegedly raping a 5-year-old little girl in Long Island. It just happened October 16th, and we're learning about it.
Sanctuary cities.
Yep.
Hate has no home here.
Yeah,
which is why all of this, all of this stuff, that's why the Democrats and the media being complicit are desperate. Because I do agree with Trump. This issue this constant issue of, all this crime, I think it does have a quality of life vote to it on next week.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it either trumps or ties the fact that we have this tough economy, because you hear it every single day.
Yeah, it's right
stories.
up there. It's one of the top two for sure.
Let's stick with New York, since Dawn just reported that. This is more amusing to me. This is cut 2, Phil. So New York City has officially legalized jaywalking. Okay. And they claim it's to end racial disparities.
Disproportionate amount of people that are black that jaywalk versus white that get called for jaywalking, so we just legalize it.
This is the news. This is the news account of it. Cut 2, Phil, go.
Jaywalking is officially legal here in New York City. The new law allows people to cross a roadway at any point, including outside of a crosswalk. Supporters of the law say people of color were unfairly targeted for jaywalking by police. City data shows police gave nearly 800 pedestrian-related summonses in the first 6 months of the year, with 77% of them going to black or Hispanic people.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen law enforcement stop anybody, regardless of race or gender, for jaywalking? I've never seen it in my life. Never in my life. Having worked and went to college in Philadelphia for 13 years of my 40 years of life. I've been to New York many times in the city for various events, various sporting things. I've never, even in smaller populated areas, the Lehigh Valley, Bluebell, I've never seen anybody. I mean, jaywalking is a common occurrence. Who the hell actually does the crosswalk thing? Short of maybe like if you're in Midtown Manhattan, right, and there's 4,000 dopes walking around at one time. I just cross the street at any point I want.
I don't know. Driving in here at 4:30 in the morning, and I see these mental patients, these homeless mental patients that walk in the middle of the road. Right. You have no idea. You can barely see them. Yeah. I'll just hit them next time. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit them.
Yeah. I honestly, God, I've never seen a police officer say a word to anybody about jaywalking. I have no frame of reference for it.
It just
because of racial. Stop.
I mean, if it's a problem, arrest people for it then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Or just follow the law. Even though it's a stupid law, just follow the law.
Well, we have people hit we had another one overnight where we have people all the time who are struck because they're jaywalking, but some of them are even in the crosswalk, and they're struck, hit, fly hundreds of feet, and they're killed.
Oh, I agree. There's a lot of reckless drivers.
So, I mean, I will say this, in Philadelphia, I would love to know the last time somebody actually got a ticket for jaywalking.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right? Because we have defund the police and we have more pressing crime. No cop wants to sit and write the paperwork that you have to fill out.
Who the hell wants to? Yeah, who wants to be a police officer and cite somebody for jaywalking? Of all the issues you can take the issue with as a cop, with all the stuff that's going on, I mean, just in the pedestrian motor vehicle world, I mean, you could rack up a field day of speeding tickets. Nobody does the speed limit anymore.
Josh Shapiro. So Brett Baer was in Philadelphia yesterday, and he interviewed Josh Shapiro, and they were talking about the election issues that we've been highlighting a lot this week, Nick and Dawn, and what's happening here in Bucks County and Delco and all these counties that we're seeing these issues arise. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
There is a concern about, just the other day, some lines that were shut down by, it looked like, Democratic operatives who stopped a line in Bucks County. They went to court. What's happening with that?
The issue was resolved, so a legal eligible voter could be counted in this election. Actually, I was pleased to see the Trump campaign acknowledge the work that myself and Secretary Schmidt are doing here in Pennsylvania.
The concern was that there was specifically being cut off. J.D. Vance put on X, this is illegal. Josh Shapiro should do something about these operatives in his own party depriving people of the right to vote. If he doesn't, it's complicit in voter fraud.
Yeah, that's just more from J.D. Vance. Remember, Brett,
No, it isn't.
Our system is run by Republican and Democratic clerks of elections in our 67 counties. It's overseen by my Secretary of State, Brett, who is a Republican. I think everybody needs to take a deep breath and understand that it is our fellow Pennsylvanians who are running these elections, and we will again have a free and fair, safe and secure election.
Well, I would say, and I know, Dawn, you want to jump in. It's great that the person that you selected for that role is a Republican. We're not taking issue with that individual. We're taking issue with specifically like some of these ladies with these, what was it? Is it voter protection on the badge or whatever the hell that low energy badge is that looks like somebody made it at a little kiosk. And Shapiro's going to sit there and try to downplay this. But we have seen stories. I mean, we've been chronicling them from Luzerne to Montgomery to Delco to Bucks. They're popping up a lot, right?
Yeah, but here's the deal that is going on here that the governor does not acknowledge, and that is that, they quoted J.D. Vance, that is that J.D. Vance and Trump, the lawyers representing the GOP and the RNC, they took this to court, and as we reported, that a Pennsylvania judge agreed with J.D. Vance, by the way,
ruled in favor of Trump
and the Republican National Committee and so on, and ruled in favor of the fact that these folks, the law had been violated, and the judge says, yes, the lawsuit by Republicans, by the RNC, demands an extension of the Tuesday 5 p.m. deadline until Friday today.
You have until 5 o'clock. You have 9 more hours.
So go and do it because the judge said that this was wrong. So why doesn't Governor Shapiro say, hey, this situation worked and now we have an extension? But my question is, why did the RNC, why did Trump and the RNC have to go to court? You know why? Because Governor Shapiro, as well as Al Schmidt, where were you? Why didn't you just say, go to the legislature, whatever you have to do legally, to say, you know what, this was wrong, they cut off the line, and we're going to extend this until Friday. Mm-hmm. Why didn't Shapiro do that?
Mm-hmm. It's grueling.
Where were they?
What were the quote the officer gave? It's slow and cumbersome or slow and grueling?
It is. It's about 12 minutes per person. I'll point out to you at the Apple store. When you go to the Apple store,
it's a good point. Good pull.
They have 10 minutes, and Apple stores are very efficient.
They are.
I have relatives who work there. They have 10 minutes per person to solve your issue, and think that's considered efficient by Apple.
Yep.
So 12 minutes. You know what I mean? That's not so bad.
I got to tell you guys, going into that Apple store in the Willow Grove Mall, and did you make an appointment? And it's just like, oh God,
I know.
Oh my God,
I
just need somebody to fix my phone.
I know,
or my laptop, whatever. I'm just like, it's. But to Dawn's point, which is a great one, people have no problem doing that. They have no problem standing in line for that. But this 12 minutes of my time.
Yeah.
Slow and grueling.
Yep.
The problem is that they goofed up, and they should have even said, well, the Apple store, the most efficient that this process could be is 10 minutes. So let's staff for 15 minutes per.
Yep.
And then no matter what, but they didn't properly staff, and then they didn't properly adjust when they should have done overtime. They should have called in more people. But instead, they said, no, we're going to cut off the line to make sure that we get out of here by 5 p.m. They violated the law.
Shout out to all of our Apple iPhone users out there, by the way. You're the real heroes and the real patriots. You Droid Galaxy,
Phil.
Google Android people.
Phil.
A bunch of communists.
Phil.
Ruin all of our text threads.
Yeah.
Your archaic system.
Phil, jump on the mic real fast. Can you defend yourself of why you ruin our text thread with your
green boxes?
With your
You
green
don't
boxes
ruin anything,
and slow all the videos and everything we send down because of your green box. Phil, please defend yourself.
Yeah, Jets fan.
Well, because somebody on this show has to trigger all of you, and it has to be me. So that's why I do.
I love sticking people. Yeah. Okay.
You try to send a GIF in a text thread with 12 people.
Let me ask you a
one
question.
iPhone, one Android user ruins it for everybody.
Let me ask you a question, Phil. If we as a station buy you an iPhone, will you use it?
Yes, and you have said that before, and yes, I have said I would. Until that happens, I'm using what I got.
We don't have the funds for that at this time. We got bigger fish to fry.
I don't know. In order not to see the green box, I might do it.
It's not the green box that bothers me. You know, in a back and forth, one-on-one, iPhone to Android, I'm good with that. When it pertains to verbal, or not verbal, but like, you know, a text with actual words. But you try to send a picture, you try to send a GIF, and then it's like AOL dial-up. It's like, it's like, oh my God, you ruin everything.
Yeah.
Your operating system out of here.
Jesus writes on the YouTube, Phil, you hate Spanish music history. Is that true?
No, that is not. I cannot find any good source to get data which would be able to give Jesus his information.
Yeah.
So that's why I haven't been able to do it yet.
Okay, give the source, Jesus.
Yeah.
Phil, you're the best.
Websites, man.
You know I love you, pal.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job. Thank you. JD Vance was on Joe Rogan. By the way, 3 hours and 17 minutes. So he topped Trump by 17 minutes.
Wow.
It's a long conversation.
So Trump and Vance, a total of 6 hours and 17 minutes. Kamala Harris, 0.
Yeah. Let me start here with cut 4, Philip, on Dem leadership getting really comfortable with the idea of silencing people they disagree with. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
And look, I try not to be too partisan because I know a lot of people watch your show, but this is to me the biggest and most fundamental difference between Kamala and President Trump in the campaign.
Can you stop it for a second?
You know, whether it's...
That's an interesting statement he just said.
As far as...
He doesn't want to be too partisan because he knows a lot of people that might not agree with him listen to the show.
Well, I said yesterday that I thought there's a Bobby Kennedy contingency of people that like Joe Rogan because they align on things like, you know, the deep state, big pharma, big food. You know, so I do think what my guess is, if I had to figure out the Rogan audience, I would say slightly moderate Democrat, centrist, Bobby Kennedy-esque, libertarian, and certainly MAGA Republicans. There's no progressives listening to that. There's no classic liberals or today's version of liberals. I would argue from moderate left to all the way over to the right is probably where he hit most of his audience.
All right, Phil, you can keep going.
Biden calling people garbage, or Tim Walz calling people fascist, and Kamala calling people Nazis, or endorsing explicit censorship. We're not trying to censor our fellow Americans, right? We'll attack Kamala and her policies and her ideas, but we're not trying to say you should be silenced because you disagree with us. That is anathema to everything that I believe in. And that is what's happened in the modern Democratic Party, at least at the leadership level, is they've gotten really comfortable with the idea of silencing people who disagree with them, such to the point where, like, it's not even that Tim Walz thinks that hate speech should be censored. It's that the governor of a state could utter that phrase without recognizing how fundamentally subjective it is. Right? Or Hillary Clinton saying that we want to censor misinformation. She has come out and explicitly said that we have to censor disinformation and misinformation.
Or we lose total control. Like, hey, you're not supposed to have total control over discourse.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
You don't want people to have total control. And they can utter it without the American media going completely bananas. Just suggests there's something broken about the political culture of the left. I mean, there are people on CNN and, you know, CBS and all these other sort of mainstream networks. I would call them corporate networks. All these corporate networks that will say, you know, when Donald J. Trump says that if you riot after the election, you're the enemy of the people, or you're an enemy within, like, that is a major threat to democracy. But Hillary Clinton saying that we should censor disinformation, they're just, no big deal. And the fact that they can get so fired up about what I think is a pretty common sense observation that if you riot, law enforcement should have a response to it, but they think that it's the end of the... They don't care at all. They don't care at all when Hillary Clinton and Tim Walz endorse explicit censorship. That should scare the hell out of us.
It should scare the hell out of you whenever any politician is encouraging censorship.
Yes.
Especially when it's about things, like we said, about hate speech and misinformation. Like, misinformation according to who?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good. I got to say, I watched about an hour and 15 minutes of the 3 hours and change, and I heard that part specifically. And the thing is, when you hear them, like specifically right there with Hillary, we lose control. Like, they're not even trying to sugarcoat their objective here. They are flat out telling you they don't want to lose any control of the message or the narrative. They want to be authoritarian in nature, where this is the law, these are the facts, this is what you will believe, and you won't even be able to share opposing viewpoints. They hate the marketplace of ideas. And the fact that, and that's why we have checks and balances in this country with different levels of government, with the Constitution. They're not supposed to be running roughshod over the people. And that's why they want to censor you with the First Amendment. That's why they want to take away your Second Amendment rights, because if you can't speak and you can't defend yourself, then they run your life.
This is Cut 5. J.D. Vance and Joe Rogan explain how men who are healthier and have higher testosterone levels tend to be more conservative. Cut 5.
Zuckerberg has gotten really into mixed martial arts. He's gotten really into jiu-jitsu and really into training. And there's very few things that will turn you into a conservative more than martial arts training.
Can you stop it for a second?
Like there's no.
Isn't that interesting that as soon as Zuckerberg started training for mixed martial arts, all of a sudden now he's like peeking around the edges of conservatism.
Yeah, there's this narrative out there that all of a sudden he's on board with Trump, but yet Trump's stuff is still being censored and suppressed on Facebook. So I'm not sure how much I buy that, and I actually only believe and agree with half of this as far as health and then testosterone. Don't take, well, you can take it any way you want. I don't really care. So I've seen plenty of Republicans that are fat, sloppy, and out of shape. Okay. So I don't think healthy has anything to do with, like, I've seen healthy Republicans. I've seen in shape Democrats. Testosterone, a little, I think conservative men have a little bit more testosterone, a little bit more alpha to them. But as far as physical shape and your health, I disagree with what Vance and Toe Rogan are talking about there. I was when I was listening to that, I'm like, man, there's soy boy liberals out there. They're in great shape, right? Maybe they don't have the testosterone that somebody else might have. But a lot of lefty men out there that are 5'9", $160. Probably add on 15 pounds, but they're probably in great health. They eat well. They eat a lot of fish, a lot of clean foods. I kind of disagree with Toe there a little bit.
All right, keep going.
Way to get ahead other than hard work.
Well, have you seen all these studies that basically connect testosterone levels in young men with conservative politics?
Oh yeah.
So maybe that's what's going on.
Well, there's a certain amount.
Maybe that's why the Democrats want us all to be, poor health and overweight, is because that means that we're going to be it means we're going to be more liberal, right? If you make people less healthy, they apparently become more politically liberal. That's an interesting observation.
Well, I think there's socially liberal.
Let's stop that right there. Now, I agree with Vance there as far as these studies, because they have done these studies that show higher testosterone is linked to people more on the right. So that's been proven scientifically in some of these studies. You can look them up on a quick search on DuckDuckGo. But here's the thing: as far as Democrats wanting us to be unhealthy, I don't think it's a political party that wants us to be unhealthy. I think it's big food and big pharma. Right? We talked about the cycle, right? You eat bad foods, you eat unhealthy foods, you eat foods with pesticides and things like that. You end up getting sick. You end up being put on a prescription or drug companies. And it's this awful cycle. And Stocker, you've talked about it as well with all, the nonstop ads. And, well, now my mental health is deteriorating. So what do? Well, give them pills, right? Like, they want you to be on that cycle and that chain, so to speak.
That statistic that we were talking about earlier in this week, where it's like 70% of young men eligible for the Army actually aren't eligible because they're not in the correct. I mean, that's just disgraceful.
Yeah,
it's disgraceful that we're in this spot.
Yeah,
and yes, big pharma What's there, instead of saying, hey, get the candy out of your big fat face and stop eating, exercise a little bit, maybe stop drinking a little bit if you're, of age. Instead, here's a pill. Here's a pill for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that pill's going to make you depressed. Here's another pill.
If all of America was healthy, Big Pharma would be bankrupt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
J.D. Vance then explains how he believes exactly the 2020 election was, quote, rigged. Cut 6, Phil, go.
This is where I always get pissed about the media conversation around what happened in 2020. Is what they'll do is they'll sort of find the craziest conspiracy theory about what happened in 2020. They'll debunk it and say, "Oh, look, this shows that nothing bad happened in 2020." There's a nonpartisan organization that actually looked at what would have happened to Americans' votes if they had just known the truth about the fact that Joe Biden fundamentally had traded his political influence for money. Like, that's what it was. It's an old-fashioned American corruption story. I will give you access to powerful people in exchange for money, right? That was the true scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, it wasn't Hunter Biden doing cocaine with a stripper.
That was the fun part.
You can say that. I have an election to win. So that was the real scandal. It was the corruption. It was the corruption. And this
evidence of the corruption.
And direct evidence of the corruption. And the nonpartisan organization said that knowledge, which was suppressed by the entire American media and big tech scene, that would have changed millions upon millions of votes. And we know that the number in 4 swing states was 88,000 votes that were the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the 2020 election. So set to the side all of the other arguments about fraud and all the other rule changes that happened in the midst of COVID. We know that big tech colluded with our own sort of, I would say colluded. The one thing I'll say about Zuckerberg is, and I don't know him super well. I've never had a problem with him, but I do wonder if it's a convenient excuse. I don't doubt that the FBI said, hey, this is Russian disinformation, but these companies still have to take some agency over this too, right? So I think it was both the corruption of the FBI and the intelligence services, but also the big technology companies themselves. Both of them are at blame, and I think fundamentally, if they had not done what they did, Donald Trump would have won another term as president of the United States. You're never going to be able to convince me that if millions upon millions of swing voters knew the evidence of Joe Biden's corruption and it was staring them in the face, that we would not have been able to pull that one out.
No doubt it would have been a factor. That's, to me, the thing that really sticks in my craw the most was the censorship of a story that was ultimately proven true. Great journalism from Miranda Devine of the New York Post. I mean, this thing, they were in possession of this stuff for multiple years. It's not so much the goofy stuff you see on social media. Oh, they boarded up windows. What do they? I don't get into all that crap because I can't verify it and what people are doing, and neither can you. You have no idea what's going on besides the other side of the board other than making a guess. But to me, the Hunter Biden laptop suppression story absolutely impacted the results. I do love, and I hate to jump the gun here. If you have more of, do you have more of Vance talking about or Hunter going hard?
No.
Okay, so they ended up talking about Hunter Biden and his party history. And J.D. Vance and Rogan are like, yeah, he went really hard. I'd actually like to party with him. I think it was J.D. Vance who actually ends up saying that later in the interview, which goes to, I think, the relatability factor of J.D. Vance. He is so good. Now, he did take the politically correct stance there of I got an election to win, which was funny. But he goes on to talk about, that he doesn't want to ridicule Hunter Biden over his addiction, but rather he would like to hang out with Hunter Biden and have a good time.
Yep.
And that's J.D. Vance saying that, right?
Yep.
Which I thought was pretty cool.
One more clip, and then we'll get to Sean Farish. I see him in the.
It's almost 8:30 already.
I see him in the bullpen right now, warming up. So, excuse me, the president of the United States, or the former president of the United States, is in the batter's box warming up. This is the guy. So we played a lot of the Trump garbage truck incident the other day. This is the guy who actually drove the garbage truck. He gave a little speech to his social media followers talking about Joe Biden calling his supporters, Trump supporters, garbage. Cut 1, Phil, go.
So I had a few people reach out, so I figured I'd jump on here and just let everybody know that was me driving President Trump's garbage truck. There's me with Vivek right there, but...
Vivek.
I got to say, it was an honor and a privilege to drive Garbage Force One.
Garbage Force One.
President Trump is just a normal, everyday guy. He hopped in, no problem.
Can you
He
stop it
looked
for
at
1
me,
second?
He said, "Give me one of these, right?"
Nick, I know we have an issue with your monitor, so you can't see. He has an old school WCW hat on.
Oh, power plant days.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know if it's the Nitro or it's the power plant, but it's an old school
Beautiful.
WCW hat on.
Yeah, he's a wrestling fan.
If you're watching on YouTube, which by the way you should be, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see all these lovely videos. Plus, you can see all our lovely faces. Hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. All right.
Think about the future for the Republicans, and that's what J.D. Vance illustrates. Tulsi, Elise, Vivek, Marco. Look at the future of all of these individuals that are household names because of this campaign.
Pretty young and diverse, too.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
All right, keep going.
We don't have one of these. We have one of those. So I honked a couple times, and he laughed. He said, "How about we take this bad boy through McDonald's?" And I said, "Sir, I don't think she'll fit in the drive-thru." He said, "It's all right. I used to work there." And he turned to me and he said something, and I'm getting chills just thinking about it. He said, "This is really sticking it to Joe Biden." I said, "Yes, sir, it is." So, Joe, consider this a message to you, because you called us garbage. In order to prove that we aren't garbage, we got a truck that hauls garbage. Does that sound like something garbage would do? Would be to drive around in a truck that hauls garbage? I don't think so.
Garbage on garbage crime.
You made a mistake, Joe. You can't call a group of people garbage unless it's meant to be funny. And in that case, those people need to stop being so soft. Maybe get a sense of humor. But if you call me garbage, that's offensive. And you should consider what it's like for people's feelings to hear that. You might as well call me Oscar the Grouch, because you done pissed me off, Joe.
Jimmy, I need that on the board.
Being a patriot is what they're calling garbage these days, then yeah, I am garbage. Because I'm going to show up to the polls wearing a garbage bag to show you what us white trash can do. And they're going to rename Election Day Garbage Day, because we're going to be taking out the trash, which is you. Even though I'll be the one wearing the garbage bag.
There's a WCW Saturday Night promo right there. Jimmy, I need that. I'm pissed off by that guy. That's a drop as well. So, I mean, it's really amazing how quickly this pivoted from the Puerto Rico floating trash joke to Trump supporters are garbage and MAGA women are weak and dumb, or something to that effect that we talked about.
But think about Trump driving that truck, directly combats in a very viral and as well organic way, completely combats all of those ads that they paid, millions of dollars that say he's a billionaire who doesn't relate and only deals with billionaires. Well, here he is driving the truck. It was a brilliant thing to do, just like the McDonald's here in Bucks County.
Those comments that we have now heard from Joe and Mark Cuban, Dawn Stensland, in your opinion, does this sound like a party and a campaign that feels great about their internals and they're in the driver's seat, or does this sound like a campaign that is, grasping at straws right now?
Yeah, I think they are grasping. I don't say it too often, because I want everybody to go out and vote and be passionate about it, even if there are long lines or whatever, and get in line early. But I disagree with Greg. I believe that so many different groups are activated, and I don't think that this is I think we're going to have record turnout, and I think Trump wins, and it's not this squeaker.
I disagree with Greg. I haven't made a prediction.
Okay, I thought you...
No, I've not made a prediction.
I thought that you said it would be razor thin or close, so I apologize for that.
No, I've said razor thin. I think it'll be very close. But I actually, to your point with activation, and I think this applies to both sides. I had said many times on the show that I think we're going to see less turnout than we did in 2020. So you had 81 million for Joe, 74 for Trump. I said that Kamala's numbers, I don't think Kamala will reach 81 million, but I do think Trump's 74 will go up. I'm actually starting to think we're going to eclipse. So 81, so that's 155 million. I think we're going to see more than 155 million in change total votes this time around. Post Roe v. Wade and then post,
everything that's been going on, with the Trump side, with, him being shot at, the bad economy, these comments now. So, again, I don't think it's going to sway people, but I think maybe there are some Republicans in the last week with these comments that maybe they were going to sit it out for whatever reason, and now they're like, oh, you know what, the hell with it, Trump it is. So we'll see. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish is in the on-deck circle.
I can see him right
We're
now.
going to talk to Donald Trump next, and then we will speak to Sean Farish specifically because he did a really cool ad in Tennessee, and then it got throttled. I want to get his firsthand experience from that. We'll do that on the other side. Kayal and Company, it's a Farish Friday.
Farish Friday.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's also a FanDuel Friday. That's right, FanDuel Friday. We will give all our official picks at the end of the show, coming up about 9:55 this morning. Nick, Dawn, and myself will all give our picks for the Eagles and Jacksonville on Sunday. I am going, just real quick with this, I'm going for this 4-leg same-game parlay. You can wager $10 and win $339. Saquon Barkley for an anytime touchdown. Jalen Hurts for an anytime touchdown. Devontae Smith for an anytime touchdown. And A.J. Brown for an anytime touchdown. $10 wager can win you almost $340. Every Friday night, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on all the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, and so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look at Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over. Present PA. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc. Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office,
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office,
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
27 years in politics has changed Bob Casey. He's just not the same anymore. In Washington, Bob Casey voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. And Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations against their beliefs. Letting men compete against our daughters? Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes? It's just not normal. But that's how liberal Casey is these days. Casey also voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits, too. Casey even voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Higher taxes on Social Security? Raising drug costs for seniors? Come on, Casey. It's just not right. Bob Casey's gone way too liberal for Pennsylvania. After 27 years, we need a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Who dat, Jets? It's Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. I said Nick, Dawn, and Sean. I meant to say Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Sean Farish, he's in the hopper. He's ready to go, but we'll get to him second because we always lead off with Donald J. Trump, who's back with us here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, happy Friday. How are you, sir?
Well, it's a tremendous Friday, and I just want to say something. You know, I was listening to the last segment, and I was in the bullpen, the on-deck circle, the batter's box, and now the hopper. Where the hell am I? Listen to all these places. Nobody but me could be in all four places at once. And the hopper isn't even on a baseball field. Could you believe that? Maybe it's, the fact that your season ended early. You don't understand where the hell, how a baseball field works or something. I can't help myself. I love it.
How about those Jets?
No, we love the Phillies. If I was your president, they would have won the World Series. So, make the right choice, Pennsylvania. Do the right thing.
Exactly right. Pretty wild Sunday at Madison Square Garden. I was calling that one of your strong closing arguments. But how do you think it went, and ultimately the thoughts of your own views on what transpired as the media tried to take a joke from a comedian and spread it like wildfire? Your thoughts, Mr. President?
Well, these are sick people, okay? These are very sick, and we love Madison Square Garden. They said because of a 1939 rally that it was a Nazi rally. These are horrible people, right? But that means that anybody who has been in Madison Square Garden since 1939 is a Nazi. Carmelo Anthony, Amari Stoudemire, these people. Walt Clyde Frazier. He rhymes a lot. I taught him how to rhyme, by the way. Dishing and swishing, that's what he says. But you look at all these people, Billy Joel and all of these people, they must be Nazis too if those are the rules, but that's horrible. We did a tremendous job at Madison Square Garden. They called it the world's most famous man in the world's most famous arena. And then they look at a joke. He's a comedian. They call him an insult. He's a roast comic. You know that? He loves to roast people. And he was roasting people, and I don't agree with necessarily how he did it, but it's called a joke. You're supposed to laugh at it, and you move on because he's a comedian. He's not a philosopher. He's a comedian, right? And he's not running for president, and they're trying to make it out like I said it. I didn't say it, and I would never say something like that, but Crooked Joe said it, and that walking colostomy bag is a disaster, I can tell you that. This is a guy who has a huge problem. We could ask the Pope. We've talked about it. And all of my friends down in Puerto Rico, we love these people, right? These are fantastic. They understand Sleepy Jose Caca and Frente del Papa. They've known it for a long time. Crooked Joe pooped in front of the Pope, and we know exactly what happened. You look at it. This was a disgusting comment that they made, and they were saying horrible things about me, and then they went and blew it, so it's terrible.
Mr. President, Joe Biden, he calls your supporters garbage. Is this the deplorables comment 8 years later that puts you over the top?
It's a lot worse than that. I can tell you it's a lot worse than that. I don't like to think of myself as garbage, but we do very well. I'm the sanitation worker of the year now after a couple of days ago. Nobody picks up the trash like I pick up the trash. We loaded that garbage truck with so much trash. There was a lot of, I saw a lot of these things, New York Jets merchandise going right in the back of the garbage truck, right? We saw a lot of it. There's probably a better use for that. Give it to people who have no clothes, but hey, maybe they're too embarrassed to wear it too. I don't know. Woody Johnson's a great friend. He was a great friend. Yeah. He served as my ambassador to the UK, and just when you thought, okay, Woody's out of the picture for the New York Jets, Christopher Johnson was even worse, but you look at it. The team was less effective than the vaccine. I can say that too. But we are, it's the truth. You know that? It's the truth. The only people that weren't going to catch the China virus were New York Jets wide receivers because they can't catch anything. But here we have we have a fantastic time with these people, and they won yesterday. Once the season's over, they start winning, they're going to blow it, which is something they have in common with Kamala, but we don't need to talk about it. Well, she's not going to win the campaign. You people are sick people. Your mind is in the gutter. Your mind is in the gutter. It's lost. That could be the GPS. Make a left out of the gutter, okay? Let's get out of the gutter. But you look at it, he called us garbage. What a weave that was. We went from garbage to the Jets, which is basically the same topic, and now we are talking about garbage again. He called us garbage, and people are walking around in hefty bags, those big, beautiful garbage bags. They could hold a lot of weight. They could probably hold, who, Chris Christie. That's who we're talking about, hefty bags. These are tremendous, and we have people, nope, the American people are not garbage. We're going to take out the trash. These are trash people. We're going to take out the trash on November 5th and fire these people.
You talk about getting into that MAGA trash compactor. Vivek Ramaswamy's going around. He's actually scooping up automatically the trash cans. You've had the McDonald's drive-through experience in Bucks County. I think your ground game this time around is wittier. It's more clever. It's entertaining. It resonates with the common folk out there. When you compare that to 4 years ago and maybe the lack of a ground game because of the pandemic and 8 years ago, are you happy with what you guys have done right on the ground in the swing states, reaching people in almost every pocket? I mean, you've also included New York, California. I mean, you have pretty much gone to places where Republicans don't typically go.
Well, we're doing so well, and nobody does better than we do. That's rule number one. That's pretty much a hard and fast rule. It's like gravity. Nobody does better than we do, and we're doing very well. And you look at it, the ground game has been incredibly strong. We were in McDonald's. You saw what they tried to do, by the way. I was in McDonald's. Next thing you know, E. coli outbreak. That was assassination attempt number 3. But we have the greatest, by the way, the greatest immune system. The Supreme Court even made a ruling. They said Trump has immunity. So we have the greatest immune system. And my white blood cells did a fantastic job with the they call it E. coli. And we took it out. And it tried, they tried horrible things. But we took it out. Just like we took out the trash, and we're going to keep taking out the trash. Our ground game has been fantastic. As you know, I was fired from McDonald's and hired as the sanitation worker of the year, so we did a tremendous job. No, we have to work 2 jobs. You see that? We have to work in McDonald's and in the garbage truck just to get by. Thanks, Kamala. But we are doing so well. The ground game has been fantastic, and we are setting records, I believe, reaching people, and we're having a lot of fun. They say they're the joy people. But you have Mark Cuban, who looks like Rachel Madcow, and Rosie O'Donnell, and Keith Olbermann, and they all look the same. You know that?
Yeah, yeah.
You have Mark Cuban saying horrible things about women.
Yep.
And he's not supposed to say that. But I did hear a rumor about him that he may be transitioning, and that's why he's talking this way. The hormones are out of control, possibly. That could be what's happening.
Indeed. Donald J. Trump joining us as he does every Friday here on Kayal and Company. So let's talk about Cuban, because here it was Sunday. You're in the headlines from the comics joke that didn't land. Then Joe throws out the garbage comment, so you're back in the driver's seat. Kamala's playing defense. And then Cuban, her biggest surrogate, comes out and says basically that MAGA females that you surround yourself with are weak and stupid. But I don't know. I look at Tulsi Gabbard, a veteran, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, on down the list. Seems like you got a lot of strong, combative women in my eyes. What do you think of this?
The only weak and stupid woman that I hear talking is Mark Cuban, of course, right? He's a weak and stupid woman. Look at that. And he has sat down to pee many times. I can say that, all right? I can absolutely say that. He sits when he pees. Buttigieg does the same thing.
Buttigieg!
Pete Buttigieg, he sits down when he pees, as does several other people. But you look at him, we have the strongest women, right? We have Tulsi. We love Tulsi. Hula. She's the hula girl. And she tried to teach Chris Christie how to hula hoop, but he got stuck in the hoop. He looked like Saturn, you know that? NASA said, sir, Saturn is the closest to Earth. I said, guys, that's not Saturn. That's Chris Christie trying to hula hoop. And his gravitational pull is so strong, he doesn't even have to spin the hoop. It just sits right there in his, we call it orbit. That's what we call it. Some people call it a gravitational pull. I call it orbit. It's a lot easier to say. And I got along very well, by the way, with the famous astronomer Galileo. We found a lot of places. We love Galileo. His name was Galileo Galilei. What a fantastic name. And we both looked through the telescope, and he said, sir, that's Uranus. I said, no, my anus is back here. That's Whoopi Goldberg. That's a gas giant, okay? So we saw Whoopi in the telescope. What a horrible thing. But you look at Mark Cuban, stupid person, a dumb person, and somebody who ought to be ashamed of himself. First of all, you ought to be ashamed that you're starting to look like Rachel Madcow and Rosie O'Donnell and Keith Olbermann. We've never seen all 4 of them in the same room together. But you also ought to be ashamed. Tulsi, Alina Habba, we love Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany, so many great people. These are smart, strong women, and the everyday woman too. Smart, strong women. They're doing fantastic. And Mark Cuban said they're not smart and strong. He's a stupid woman, I can tell you that.
Let's stay on the subject of women. Liz Cheney, the mainstream media. It's fascinating, Mr. President, that the left and the media loves to lecture us on what's misinformation and disinformation and clips and context and nuance. Yet you were talking about the war machine, and you mentioned people like Liz Cheney who have no problem funding it and sending other people over there to die. And now the media is trying to say that you want to line up Liz Cheney for the firing squad. I want to play you this full clip and let you react to it because, of course, they are clipping it and taking your words completely out of context. Listen and watch this, Mr. President.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. And I used to I'd have meetings with a lot of people, and she always wanted to go to war with people.
You know, Mr. President, the Democrats are bad, but I think the media is worse. Your thoughts on the way they're manipulating that clip?
Well, what's very interesting is if we didn't mention Liz Cheney's name, I said she's a stupid person and wants to always go to war. It could be confused with Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney. You know that? Because they're also very stupid people. Also, we call them seated urinators. They do the same thing. But we have, seated. You know, we see it. It's all the time. It's probably something going on in the Senate. There's a lot of men who sit down when they pee. You look at Chuck Schumer. You look at Lindsey Graham, right? Lindsey Graham. Yeah. Chuck Schumer is the uptown girl that Billy Joel fell in love with. That's what everybody knows, that he fell in love with an uptown girl. But you look at Liz Cheney, she looks like Miss Piggy. Doesn't she look like Miss Piggy?
Yeah, very much.
You look at the Muppets. I got along very well with Kermit. I said, Kermit, you got to get away from Miss Piggy. She's a war hawk. He said, no, she's not a war hawk. She's a war pig. Ozzy Osbourne got along well with him, too. You know, going off the rails on a crazy train. These are crazy people, are they not? These are crazy people. But you look at Liz Cheney, they're taking the words out of context. All I said was, if we're going to start going to war with people, you ought to know what that's like, or else maybe we should stop it. And these people are saying crazy things about what I said. There's nothing wrong with what I said. There's never anything wrong with what I say. That much I can tell you.
Final one for you, Mr. President. We just had Halloween, trick-or-treating. What's up with Joe Biden nibbling on the feet of infants and toddlers?
Oh, God. Well, this is quite the episode, is it not? You know, you look at Crooked Joe, and I don't know what it is with this administration and putting things in their mouths, okay? Look at this. Crooked Joe Biden put the foot in the mouth. Kamala Harris put something else in her mouth. And by that I meant, excuse me, by that I meant Doritos, okay? Doritos, right? Of course.
We're going with that.
We're not, you know, you see that? You have your minds, they're going back in that gutter, you know that? And
sorry, sir.
Dougie Doritos, you know, all of these different things. But she puts things in her mouth quite well and quite frequently. By that, of course, I mean Doritos, of course. We would never say something like they said to me, Sir, Kamala, Willie Brown, Montel Williams, Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade. You know what I'm talking about, the hot dog eating champ. I said, we're not going to say that. That's not a nice thing to say, but everybody else says it. And we would never do that. Crooked Joe Biden was eating the baby. He was doing the Uncle Brosy scenario, eating somebody else, cannibals. He said, look, this is what they did to my uncle, and he nom-nom on the foot. What a stupid thing to do. I would never do that. I would never do that to a baby. We love babies. We kiss them on the head. We do tremendous. He's biting their feet. And she knew he was a mess for a very long time. This is not the first baby he's tried to eat in public. It's a really horrible thing. She knew he was a mess, and she covered it up. They used to say it's a cheap fake. He's trying to eat babies in public. This is a horrible thing, and she covered it up. I can't believe what I watched. He's a creepy guy, and we're going to fire him on November 5th.
Wow.
Sean Farish. I mean, geez,
It gets better. It gets better every week.
It's unbelievable.
It's like he almost studies. It's almost like he studies the nuance of just tremendous. It's tremendous.
I've been working. Excuse me. I've been working on my weave. Can you tell?
We love the weave.
We do the weave better than anybody does the weave.
Yeah, little three-man weave.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
We gotta get you doing the Trump dance.
Yeah.
Look at the arms. It's so funny.
All right, Sean's gonna stick around with us.
You got to ask him about naked Trump in Philly.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we do. Yeah. You know what? Go back into your Trump mode for a moment. Okay. Your thoughts on the naked statue?
Phil, can you put the video up there?
Has he seen it?
Yeah.
Are you being objectified, Mr. President?
Yeah.
But I will tell you this.
There it is.
If the statue, let me see that. Hold on, let's look at it. No. Less than flattering. No, I would say they missed on a few details. You know, I look good. My body's a lot better than that, and there's obviously, you know, something very big that's missing. But we have a. I can tell you this too. I heard from. You may have heard of him. Have you heard of Zeus?
Zeus.
Okay? He called me. He said, "Sir." Yeah. He said, "Sir." Neptune and Apollo and we want to know what your secret is. You have a beautiful body. I said, it's called a Big Mac. You have to get a Big Mac. You have to eat them all the time. And he said, sir, I don't know if that's going to work. I said, it worked for me. Look at me. I'm a beautiful person. They said, you really are. And so now you look at Zeus, right? You look at Zeus. They say chiseled. They say looks like a Greek god. I was the first one of those, by the way. I inspired those. What a physique. You look at the physique, and he's throwing lightning bolts all over the place. We love this guy. And he looks great right now because he took my health. You see, we made Mount Olympus healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again soon, too. But that statue's missing something very big from it, and we are going to, maybe we'll fix it. Maybe we'll we'll fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
God, it's so
I hear
good.
you. I know exactly
A little bit of lumber. A little bit of lumber does the trick. You know what I'm saying?
A little wood. All right, Sean Farish is going to stick around. We'll get his thoughts on the garden joke, Biden's garbage, Cuban's comments, and also the Tennessee story that we talked about because Sean sent me this, and before I actually read it, I didn't realize that it was Sean that was being stifled directly.
I didn't either.
It's unbelievable. We'll talk about it. We talked about it yesterday. We'll get the firsthand experience on the other side. Kayal and Company, it's a Farish Friday, and we're back after this.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Now, these models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
New Jersey, this is Lieutenant Governor Tahisha Way. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th, or early in person starting Saturday, October 26th, or vote by mail. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
9:02, fourth and final hour. It is a Friday morning. It is November 1st. Before you know it, it'll be November 5th. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean Farish with us. Just a riveting rendition of Donald Trump. Swear to God, it gets better every time.
It does.
We had Esty yesterday. She
true.
was great.
Yeah. I didn't think, I was like, are we really going to be able to keep this up all year? And he gets better every week.
We can keep it going for the rest of eternity, as far as I'm concerned. He's got my vote. All right, Farish, let's get down to it. Let's go chronologically. I want to get your thoughts right out of the right off the top here because, last Friday we were all together in person, West Berlin, and then Madison Square Garden came for Sunday night, and you had Tony Hinchcliffe and the joke, and of course, the media pushing a narrative, older white liberal women offended by the joke. But I think most people with a sense of humor and common sense realize it's a roaster, it's a comedian. Whether or not the joke landed is, to me, ridiculous. It doesn't matter. And I don't think it really had any impact. In fact, I think I saw some of the betting markets. Trump's numbers went up after that joke. So your thoughts on what transpired on Sunday night?
Yeah. First of all, soul to squeeze. If I was your president, they would have made blood sugar sex magic. They waited too long, in my opinion. but I was blown away when I found out that song did not make the original. It was recorded during that, but it did not make that album.
It's true.
The joke I think was. Look, was it in the right venue? You could make the argument that it wasn't. Maybe not a joke about Puerto Ricans in New York, but he's a roast comic, so it's a joke. And we used to understand, like when you went to a stand-up comedy show, hey, he may say something that makes me mad, but that's kind of his job, right? To be an equal opportunity offender. I always say if you walk out of a comedy show and you weren't offended by a little something, then the comedian probably didn't go far enough. And maybe that's just the type of comedy that I like. But I'm a huge fan of George Carlin. He was an equal opportunity offender. He would, you would walk out of there or watch one of his specials and go, all those jokes are great, except, this one kind of hit a little too close to home. But that's a comedian's job. They're supposed to push the envelope. They're supposed to, toe the line and cross the line. And he did that. Is that the place for him? Is the place for a comedian like Tony Hinchcliffe on a campaign trail for a presidential campaign? We could have that discussion, right? We could have that discussion. But I'm a free speech absolutist. We know he's a comedian. And look, the joke, I don't think it landed. And I think he maybe understands that. But this is how bad the Democrats are. You were thrown. I mean, I don't know if you watched the Jet game last night. I thought this was going to set the tone for the whole game. This rookie, Corley, he scores, right? He's got a touchdown and drops the ball short of the goal line and it rolls out. Like, that's what I'm like, that is the most Jets play ever.
Yeah.
But you know what's an even bigger Jets play is when you have this joke and you're hitting on it, right? You're seizing on this moment and he called Puerto Ricans, he called it a floating island of garbage, and it's actually highlighting a real problem that they have on Puerto Rico. There is an actual garbage problem there. Yes. The joke was actually more quote unquote highbrow than most people understand. I didn't know about this problem, and then people go, no, Tony's actually calling like to an actual issue at Puerto Rico that people realize they have an issue there.
Yep.
But they have, this guy on the ropes and they're making a big deal. And then Joe Biden comes out and goes, the only garbage I see are the supporters out there. And now you have like linguists like, well, he spoke the apostrophe. He did what now? What are we serious?
Mm-hmm.
And then they fudged the transcript. I mean, what are we doing? This is full blown. So you have Trump Trump never, by the way, they made it out that Trump said the joke. He wasn't even in the building yet, right? Well, the campaign approved the what do you think? Trump was sitting there, yeah, I like this joke. Let's keep it in. He didn't even know what he was going to say at the Al Smith dinner. He was reading one and went, that one's nasty. He said it was from Doug Emhoff, the joke, you could make the argument, right? That is a comedian, a roast comic's job is a good place for a roast comic to be on the campaign with a presidential candidate. Maybe not, whatever. A little edgy. You want to, ruffle some feathers. Fine. But Trump is kind of like a roast comic too when he talks about his opponents. Mm-hmm. But then you had, like the Jets, like Corley yesterday, dropping the ball short of the goal line. He's in the end zone, right? It's a touchdown. You could take it in. You could score some points. You have Biden trying to highlight the joke and instead calling half of the country garbage, which is just not a, what's that movie? Dodgeball. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it
pays off.
Such a great line. Such a great line.
And then he gets in the garbage truck and his arms hanging out and he's just having these he's holding a press conference with his arm hanging out of a garbage truck, something Kamala Harris could never pull off in a million years. And I said this in passing yesterday, we should do a poll question. So I'll ask you, what is, when you look back on just 2024 alone, what is the most indelible moment or image that will resonate with you for the rest of time? Is it the mugshot? Is it the bloody face and the fist pump? Is it the waving out the drive-through window of McDonald's? Or is it the garbage truck? If you had to pick one, because I don't think we're ever going to see an election year or an election cycle like this for the rest of our time. Which image do you think will be the one that resonates the most?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think the fight photo with him getting up off the stage is the most iconic photograph in American political history. Iconic. But the one that I'm going to probably remember when we're talking about like campaign season and he's in the peak of campaign season is definitely the stuff that came from McDonald's. That was because of why he was there, right? Because there's a backstory, right? The backstory to Trump getting up with the blood on his face is that he got shot. It was an assassination attempt. And that's not to downplay it, but that wasn't really like a campaign. He didn't choose to do that. That just kind of happened, which is even cooler, to be honest, right? Because everyone wants to say, well, it was staged and he wasn't actually shot. Well, he was shot and he didn't expect to be shot. And thank God he didn't die on stage, right? But he did plan the McDonald's thing. Everyone understands, you had the people going, oh, it's a photo op. It was staged. Oh, really? Thanks. I wasn't going to figure that out by myself. You had people yesterday, oh, the garbage tree, he's not actually a garbage worker. So, oh, really? Thank you. What would I do without you, Karen? Right? What would I do without you? But you have these images that came from McDonald's and the backstory of why he was there because she lied about it. The best troll. And then the garbage fest on stage and the self-deprecating joke about, well, I'm only wearing it because it makes me look thinner. I mean, this is you mentioned Kamala could never stick her arm out the garbage truck. She could never hold a press conference. She hasn't. Let's take the garbage truck out of the equation. She can't even hold a normal one, let alone doing one out of the window of a garbage truck. So, it just shows you he's like us, or he's a really good actor. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's like us. You hear from people who have spent like intimate time with him outside of the campaign, outside of the politics, and he's just a normal dude. And he gets it. He's funny. He's always been funny. And then you have Kamala Harris, who's a stiff, right? And the whole administration, and they can't get out of their way. You're either garbage or you're a stupid woman or, you're a Nazi. Like it's just now CNN says JD Vance has mommy issues. I mean, think how insensitive that is, right? I mean, what JD had to grow up with and what his mother's story is, these people are just not going to stop. The bottom line is they don't like any of us. Even if you vote for them, they don't like you. They don't respect you. They're happy that you voted for them, but that's it. They honestly hate us. And now you hear them call us garbage, and it's pretty it's pretty evident now. It's the president of the United States. You can't be calling significant portions of the country garbage.
Yeah. Sean Farish is joining us, as he does every Friday here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Let's get to the Mark Cuban comments. We gave some quotes earlier: Sage Steele, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, on down the list, calling Trump supporters that are female, that Trump surrounds himself with, stupid and weak. I'll just prop you up right here. Your partner in crime is Esty, and I mean she's a handful. She's a pistol. I mean, she wants to drop expletives when she comes on the air with us. Doesn't really come off as weak or stupid, in my opinion. Is this going to backfire, and could we see some female boost for Trump on Election Day?
I don't know if it necessarily is going to, maybe it will. You poke the woman, the bear, and you see what happens. Ask Glenn Youngkin. I mean, he won his 2021 governor's race on the backs of school moms. And that was the school mom revolution. And New Jersey almost flipped because of it. When I was on Long Island and we were running, grassroots movements, we were flipping school board seats and we were flipping county legislator seats and county executive seats that nobody ever thought would flip. But it's because the school moms, got involved, the parents. And it's people make jokes, oh, you're a soccer mom. But, that's one of the most important jobs. You're taking care of children. And you want to make sure that when you drop them off with somebody that they're doing right by you, right? And not programming your child to come home and all of a sudden think there's some, alternate gender that never existed before yesterday. So, it may have an effect. If it was said a couple of weeks ago, it'd have an even larger effect. But for last minute, the final taste in your mouth, if you're a female undecided voter, you got Mark Cuban, who everyone's been talking very highly of on the Kamala campaign, saying, well, no strong, well, he didn't say this verbatim, but he said Trump doesn't surround himself with, strong and intelligent women. And people are interpreting that as, oh, if I support Trump, I'm stupid and weak, right? So you don't want to poke him, right? You don't want to poke the bear, and they poked it, and they can't stop. He keeps trying to put it out. He keeps going on there to do cleanup. He's throwing water on a grease fire. I jumped in his mentions this morning. I said, keep doing this, Mark. Every time you try and clarify, you make it worse. You may just want to walk away from the comments, take 2 days off from X and see if, your mainstream media buddies will let it blow over, because he keeps like trying to clarify it and then putting his foot in his mouth. For such a smart guy, and he's been very successful in business, he's sure bad at this element of the whole campaigning and marketing, ventures that he's off to here.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It's just wild, because I remember him 20 years ago as the owner of the Mavericks and Dirk Nowitzki, and all of a sudden this guy is just completely morphed into something I didn't think he was. So very fascinating. Not as fascinating as your story in Tennessee. We talked about this yesterday, and I didn't know that it existed until you texted me the link, and then I scanned it briefly, and if I recall correctly, in the actual script of the context of the copy in the newspaper for the Tennessee Star, I didn't see your name until I was like, you know what, we should probably get the video of this. And then I see the video and it's you. And I'm like, okay, now I understand why he sent it. And oh, by the way, it's ridiculous. And just the backstory with this, from my vantage point, when I was in Nashville and I did a small little stint on the sports station inside of that cluster for Cumulus in Nashville, we were right down the hall from Super Talk 99.7 FM, which is basically an FM version of what we do here on Talk Radio 1210. And then, of course, you have CBS 5. They call it News Channel 5. And I had appeared on that channel multiple times talking college football. And I'm blown away because, yes, I mean, it's a red state. And to my knowledge, there's no law that says that they should be able to prevent this. That's the whole point of the disclaimer. So you cut an ad for a local business, and ultimately, they decide to punt on it and basically censor you. Did I get all of that correct? And walk us through how this thing started. I actually want to know, how did the company even find you and come to you? And then take us through it step by step, if you could.
All right. So this is just a fantastic story. So the Wilson County GOP, so that's like Mount Juliet, Lebanon, just east of Nashville, right? It's the county east of Nashville, which is Davidson County. So just east. It's Wilson County, Mount Juliet, Lebanon, some of these other smaller towns around that.
Right up Route 40, if I recall correctly, right?
Right off Route 40. Yep. That is correct. And so I went up there to speak. We've been getting involved not just in our local county GOP, but we are, going to the different counties in Middle Tennessee and just meeting people, right? I mean, I've been here for a year and a half. I want to know, some of the movers and shakers and some of the issues in these counties, because we have a governor's election coming up in 2 years, and that's shaping up to be a very interesting election, and some cool stuff may occur. We'll see, but I was invited to speak at one of their meetings, Wilson County, and it went well. We had a great time. Everybody was laughing. I was telling the stories about Long Island and all the activism that we did, and I get a text from the chairman of that county, Wilson County. And he says, "Hey, my friend AJ McCall, he saw a video of you today. He loves your Trump. He wants to know if you want to do an ad for his business." I said, "Absolutely. Put me in touch with him." I spoke to him. And he said to me he wanted radio ads and TV ads, and it's the best Trump he's ever heard, and all of these. And I recorded them, sent the ads to him, and he said that the Cumulus station. At first, it was just, well, these are, they sound so much like Trump, they're afraid they're going to get sued. That's, to me, the best compliment I've ever been given. All right, fine, I'll add a disclaimer.
Yep.
Cumulus still wouldn't run them. Now, from a radio standpoint, I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I can at least see, the argument from legal on that side. Say, well, if somebody hears it and they don't hear the disclaimer, they may think it's Trump. That's how good it is. Fine. Okay, I get it. The TV station.
Yes.
The lawyers were not comfortable running it because they, felt like it was too much like Trump. If you listened, then there are 2 ads that they refused to run. The second one I put up yesterday, there was not a word that was said that was political. I am in a Make America Great Again hat, but there's not a word that was said. I didn't say Donald Trump's word. We didn't refer to me as Mr. President. It wasn't anything like that. It was so innocent. And you can clearly see me on the screen.
Right, and you look nothing like
Donald Trump.
Right.
No, I look like Bradley Cooper with an oversized set of ears if you pick them up at the dollar store, right? Maybe after a little bit of crack. Okay, like this is, all right, listen, that's what it is. And I was just blown away. So I'm hearing now from AJ McCall, who's the guy, he's one of the owners of DT McCall and Sons. I'm hearing from the gentleman who runs the Tennessee Star, Michael Patrick Leahy.
Yep.
He's the journalist, if you remember, who released the full Nashville manifesto.
Yep.
Right, earlier in the year. He's doing great work, and they're like, we gotta do something. What should we do? I said, well, we should put this all over X. Let's demonstrate, how we can, overcome the media censorship. And so that's the campaign we started to run. We said, listen, the media won't run these ads. They're censoring these ads. Let's blow it up on here. Now, apparently, the local Channel 5 has been getting a lot of pressure. So there may be a development on whether or not those ads run shortly. But we think it's possible that they caved. So those ads may wind up on the airwaves because of public pressure that was mounted on them in a 24-hour period. And that just goes to show you this, right? Get involved any way you can. Your voice means something.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're one of thousands of people who chime in on a story like this from the region or outside of the region, the power still rests in the hands of the people. And one thing that I hate to see is people get kind of demoralized, like, well, I'm only one person. What can I do? If everyone took that mindset into this, that we wouldn't be talking about a potential good outcome with these ads, and we would be harping on the negative, that censorship is this, that, and the other. But there was so much pressure that was applied to News Channel 5 that it looks like the ads are actually going to run. Good. And it's only because of what X did and all of the folks who came out in support of DT McCall and Sons. And my goal the entire way, whether it was cutting the ad and then seeing the censorship, was I want these guys, because these are great guys. I met them and they're just awesome. I want them to get the most amount of business possible. And obviously, if you're not in Tennessee, it's hard to support them right now. Mm-hmm. But if you are in Middle Tennessee, anybody in Middle Tennessee, DT McCall and Sons, these guys are your friends, right? If you believe the same, political ideologies as I do, these guys are your friends. Support them, right? That's my goal. It was always to get them the most amount of business.
Yeah.
I don't care about, am I getting censored or it's not about me getting censored. It's about, this is their business. They wanted to advertise it in a clever way, and they weren't allowed to.
Yep.
And we wanted to make sure it didn't hurt them. So it seems like the Streisand effect is happening here, and the opposite effect has happened, and they're now more popular than than they've ever been. So that's a good thing.
It's just staggering to me because you have these traditional, media outlets, traditional radio, traditional television that, will crawl over broken glass to increase revenue, and they're going to shoot down. Now, I don't know how big their ad buy would have been, but still, I mean, I was just blown away, and I always loved the belief of, well, that's the point of a disclaimer. And then it's like, well, what if they don't hear the disclaimer? Well, that's not my fault. If it's a 30-second commercial and you only heard 26 seconds, that's your fault. It's not my fault, right? Like, we have the full 30-second ad. We'll give it to you. Here, boom, you missed the first 4 seconds.
And for the video product, it was just alarming. I don't know what they were hiding behind, but it's like you can clearly see, all right, radio benefit of the doubt, I can kind of understand it. Those are 60-second ads and whatever. But this is a 30-second TV clip, and it may sound like Trump, but if you look at the screen, you're like, oh, it's an impersonator, right? Like, that's clearly, I'm not even trying to, look like him. I wasn't orange. I didn't put on a little more weight. Sorry, Mr. President.
You don't wear don't wear a wig.
No, I put the suit on, but the bit is I look nothing like Trump, but sound like Trump. That's to me what was always kind of funny, like the shock value. Like, what? That's not the voice that's supposed to be coming out of that guy, right? So it's like it's kind of like this whole out of place thing, but you could clearly see on TV it's not Trump.
Yeah.
And there are other radio stations in the area that are running the ads that Cumulus is refusing to run. So their lawyers don't seem to think it's an issue. What we're dealing with here is it's a clever ad. They know the way the business, obviously they know the way the business leans, and they're trying to hurt them. I think that's what's going on. It's not about all our lawyers say there's too many of these cases that go on like this. Mm-hmm. And for News Channel 5 here, from what everyone has told me about that channel, it is a disaster, and there are, way, way woke. It's a CBS affiliate.
Yep.
Woke beyond all belief on there right now. And so this surprised nobody, but it brought so much attention to DT McCall's. They thought they were shutting down their reach, right? Meanwhile, we put this up on X. It got almost 1 million views, and their notoriety has never been higher now. So to the left-wing censors who think you control the levers of reach and distribution, you don't. We do, right? Mm-hmm. You don't. Every time you do this, it's Obi-Wan. I got along very well with Obi-Wan. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Right? The same thing. That's true. Yep. That's what it is.
Yep.
It's the Obi-Wan theory. You take your shot, and you better not miss. And in this case, it got everywhere. Gateway Pundit's doing write-ups about it now. It's all over the place.
Yep.
And News Channel 5 is going to have egg on its face. I think they already have egg on its face.
Yep. And they owe me $50 still, by the way. Anyway, it's a different story for a different day.
Get it.
Yeah, I'm going to get every last dollar. Sean Farish, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much. And we will chat again next week. And enjoy your Jets victory. You got a stay of execution last night.
Just when I thought I started, when I wanted them to lose, maybe tank a little bit for a better draft pick, what do? They win. All right, great. But they won when they were home favorites, which is strange. They never do that.
There you go. Sean, thanks.
Get out and vote, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Early voting ends in Bucks County today, 5 p.m. Make sure you get out and vote.
Yep. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
There he is, Sean Farish, live from Nashville, Tennessee, as we get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What do you think of your king now?
Yeah, you're right. Elvis Presley is the true king.
What was that? He said Mr. Presley is the true king of rock and roll.
You know,
y'all would have lost the war without us. You just think about that. Do you think your expulsion from England is a repudiation of rock and roll?
Looking ahead, don't you think your popularity will be diminished at home?
Back home, they take a different view of this sort of a thing. I expect a great reception when I get back there. My fans will understand.
Wow.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
You can see the pain in Stalker's face as Elvis was mentioned.
Stop it! Just stop it!
If you know that movie, call her 855-839-1210. You'll get a pair of tickets to see Brubeck Brothers Quartet on November 2nd. That would be tomorrow at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Call her 12-855-839-1210. We'll come back, get our winner, more of the cut sheet, your voicemails. Today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. It's all still ahead. Friday, Kayal and Company. Be right back.
Cooler weather this weekend, and that means it's time to get out my crock pot. The life is so hectic. It can be difficult to find time just to make that home-cooked dinner for your family from scratch every single day. Luckily, whatacrock.com's delicious, easy-to-prepare meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day, and then when we come home for dinner, well, it's right there waiting, simmering, and the kitchen smells so good. Unlike most meal kit companies, there is no prep required at all, and cleanup is quick and easy. It's as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and voila, dinner is one and done. So I'm looking for fall comfort food right now. I think about, the different barbecue, the chicken barbecue. I love the chicken parm meatballs, great beef, like slow cooked beef dinners like Mom used to make with those big chunks of soft carrots and the veggies. They're just delicious. They have such an array, and of course all the different chilies. So the white bean chili, vegan chili, the ground beef chili. It's just delicious. And you can really, make your choice. And some shrimp dishes I love too. What a Crock meals. They make for great gifts. People recovering from surgery, or maybe somebody who's a new parent. Your niece, your godchild, and you think, what am I going to send them? They're across the country. College students, by the way. So make sure that you go to whatacrock.com. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off your first order at whatacrock.com. PHT, WPHT for $10 off your first order, whatacrock.com. Dinner made easy. Order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Step inside, walk this way, you and me, babe. Hey, hey!
$9:32. Scale and Company, Friday morning. Voicemails, cut sheet, all still on the way. Let's give away some tickets for tomorrow night in Bucks County. Our morning mystery movie clip winner. We've got Tim on the line with us. Tim, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, buddy?
That was Great Balls of Fire.
Yeah, Tim. Nice work, buddy. Congratulations. You've got yourself some tickets for tomorrow night at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. How's that sound?
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a great time. Thank you for playing, and certainly thank you for listening. And now it's time to listen to what's still hanging around. It's What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Starting with cut 10 here, Philip. A man who identifies... No, excuse me. I think this is a trans-identified male. So let's get out our decoder rings, Don Stensland, Nick Kayal.
A what?
A trans-identified male.
So this is a lady that transitioned to become a male.
Or is it the other way around? Is it a woman, or is it a male who wants to be a woman? Because let me ask you this.
Yeah.
This is a story about this person is suing Hooters for sex-based discrimination.
Help me understand.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Kennedy.
Sex-based discrimination at a Hooters.
Y'all want to hear the news report?
Oh, I would love to.
All right, cut 10, Phil, go.
Transgender woman suing a Hooters franchise on Wolf Road for discrimination. News 10's James De La Fuente has been following the story and begins our coverage tonight.
The Hooters on Wolf Road drawing protesters twice in recent weeks.
Justice for Brandy, justice for all. Everybody wants justice.
Four protesters out there.
Hooters for sex-based discrimination on the basis
that's a dude.
Accommodations.
It's Brandy.
On the basis of employment.
The restaurant has been a regular stop for Brandy Livingston, so much so she hoped to someday work there. However, after her recent transition, Brandy claims that she's not respected there as a woman.
They would use male pronouns. They would refer to me as he.
She claims it goes even
further.
You're a he. Employees and management.
So Brandy's not a Hooter.
When using the public restroom.
I overheard one of the servers after I left the restroom talking to one of the managers and said that, "Why are you allowing him in the women's restroom?" And the manager said, "Oh, I don't like it any more than you do."
Brandy filed a claim with the New York State Division of Human Rights, and after investigating, they found sufficient evidence her rights may have been violated under New York Executive Law 296, and there will be a hearing.
At-will situation, proving that the employer's reason they gave was wrong is not enough. You got to prove that it was discrimination on the basis of some prohibited characteristics, such as gender identity.
She says she applied 3 times for employment.
I said, "Do you want to see my experience or anything?" Because I had previous jobs I've had.
Do you want to see my package?
And he said, "Well, we don't care about experience. We hire on the basis of personality, and there's an image that needs to be met."
Hooters has fired back, saying through their lawyers that Brandy was requested to not return to the restaurant because of what they say were her own offensive actions, and allege that Brandy on several occasions made sexually explicit comments to servers.
They just claimed that you had, prior to transitioning and after, you had frequently made multiple servers at the restaurant uncomfortable by informing them you wanted to marry them, discussing masturbation.
I never said any of that.
The Hooters company says that you had threatened to go to a gun range for practice for the next time you came to the restaurant.
My mom would take me to the gun range and for clay pigeon shooting trap. I feel like one of the servers might have overheard what me and my dad were talking about and misunderstood what we were talking about.
I have reached out to local law enforcement to check any claims of possible gun violence and have found no such threat. Ultimately, Brandy says she does not want money.
What I really want is an apology.
And wings.
Cold
beer. Yeah.
All right. So obviously, Brandy ain't a fine girl.
You know, it's interesting because you go to certain businesses and the look, the personality, the appearance is their brand, right? And I've been to Hooters many times. I've never seen less than a stellar lady in scantily clad clothing serving my beer and my chicken. So I would argue that Hooters has the right to, as they said, we don't hire based on experience. It's based on what they said, personality. Or I'd have no problem if they said, look, we hire hot chicks. You don't qualify, man. I'm sorry. That's me. That's the world I live in. But we'll see how it plays out. By the way, allegations of talking about masturbation, then about shooting a gun. I just hope that those people that work there are safe because I could see old... what's his name? Brandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see Brandy coming back with a...
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, it's just, a little unhinged, I would guess, but, it's just me. By the way, the Bundy family motto, Hooters, Hooters, yum, yum, yum. Hooters, Hooters, on a girl that's dumb. Nick, you pig.
Is Hooters even a thing around here, really?
So I
think of it as like Florida, but I don't.
I was going to ask you guys that. Is that one in King of Prussia still open? There used to be one on...
Yeah.
Is it?
I think so. We, just about a year ago, me and my buddies went down and did a Saturday trip to Atlantic City. They still have them in Atlantic City. That I know for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
There used to be one in Valley Forge, too, I believe, out there. That one definitely closed down.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I agree with Dawn. I don't really... I saw one recently. We were somewhere, and I was just like, oh, Hooters. You don't see those every day.
Yeah, let me see. Hooters,
maybe it was New Jersey.
Yeah, they open at 11:30 today.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the one on North Gulf Road.
Yep.
It's still there.
Hey, travel alert, because of the big Harris Walls campaign night event on the, along the Ben Franklin Parkway Art Museum, they've already shut down all those roads.
Yeah.
So it's going to affect the Schuylkill going home. Just a heads up.
And by the way, if I was at a Hooters and Brandy was my waitress, I guess, I'd have no problem as long as my food came out hot and my beer's cold. I'm giving Brandy 20-25% tip.
But we knew, talking about all these stories, we knew that something like this was eventually going to happen, right?
Of course.
And by the way, I don't know this person, so I'm not accusing them of anything, but some people are just looking to be, looking for a lawsuit, right? They're like, they know going into it that they're going to stir up controversy and they could potentially get, because Hooters is going to want this to go away, right?
Of course.
So this person, in my opinion, could just be paid off and just, get a big payout and be done with it.
Yeah, if they have employees who all say the same thing and say they were harassed and that this individual was doing sicko things, I don't know that they're going to settle this.
Yeah.
Because
you don't think so?
I don't know that they would, because then does an employee sue and say you're disrespecting me? This person was saying lewd things to me.
Newman Price says on Twitter, Hooters serves wings, Brandy serves nuggets.
It's not right. Kevin Pools writes, KOP and Lawrenceville, New Jersey are the two closest locations. So I thought there was one in Glen Mills or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the one in KOP is still open.
Yeah,
opens 11:30 today.
Do you on a scale, because you're a wings guy?
I love wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Where do you rank?
I would take Hooters over Buffalo Wild.
Really?
Wings. I'm not a big chain wing guy. I like my wings at your local pub.
I agree with you.
I like them crispy.
There is a place, and forgive me, I forget the name of it. It's in Sayreville, New Jersey. It's it looks like a house. It has probably 7 tables inside.
Those are the great places.
They have 500 different flavors of wings. It's the greatest wings you will ever have.
500 different flavors?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's
amazing. I was just there last month.
Wow. There's a thing I'm going to say about this, and that is that if somebody if somebody is a server at any restaurant, at any establishment, they are not required by law to call someone by the pronouns, because they could argue religious rights. They could say they accidentally ID'd somebody by the wrong pronoun. This kind of case, would open up a whole Pandora's box if this individual says, well, you must call me by, fill in the blank pronouns. You can't force someone.
Yeah.
You cannot force someone. And I know that in California, they had talked about, if you misgender somebody, it's against the law. I think that it absolutely is protected by the Constitution. We talk about the First Amendment, and you cannot be forced to do that.
Yeah, it's a two-part issue, right? Nobody really has an issue with the fact that you want to claim to be something that you're not. Knock yourself. I really couldn't care less. But it's the forcing of others to acknowledge you in a certain way where it's like, dude, you love who you want, date who you want, marry who you want. Vivek Ramaswamy had a great speech on that last night. But the absurdity of you will address me, like, Dawn Senslin, do you ever go up to another human being in any walk of life and say, this is how you will address me? I have never walked up to anybody and
says
said,
that to me all the time. You will address me as man, damn it. How dare you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
This obsession with like being able to control what people say and think is outrageous.
By the way, Tap and Growler is the name of the place in Sayreville, New Jersey. They're not a sponsor. I was there a month ago. They have great wings. It's way off the beaten path. That's like Central Jersey, but it's over 500 different flavors of wings. Tap and Growler in Sayreville, New Jersey.
By the way, when you eat your wings, are you one of these animals that sticks the whole thing in your mouth and then plucks it off and it looks like it's been plucked clean by a cat in an alleyway?
No, it's not me.
Okay.
All right, we got a break.
Back after this, Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Are you working out, eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. But now, there's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code Radio50. That's promo code Radio50 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code Radio50.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:50, Kayal and Company winding things down here on a Friday morning. We'll find out what Dawn has lined up in just a moment. Also make our McCausland Locks of the Week with the Eagles and Jaguars as Doug P. returns to Philadelphia. But first, fresh off of his last appearance at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, off of a Jets win.
Oh, my God, they won. How about that?
Phil Almquist, today in music history.
On this day in music history on Kayal and Company.
Friday, November 1st. We celebrate the birthdays of Anthony Kiedis from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who's 62, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard, who's 61. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Dan Peake from America, Ronald Bell from Kool and the Gang, and Jim Steinman. Singles Cood Found Out About You by the Gin Blossoms, as well as Creep by STP in 93. Undercover the Night by the Stones in 83. Burning Heart by Survivor in 85. And Are You Lonesome Tonight by Elvis in 60. Albums include MTV Unplugged in New York by Nirvana and Euthanasia by Megadeth in 94. Dawn Patrol by Night Ranger in 82. Live in London by Testament in 2005. And Burning Love and Hits from His Movies by Elvis in 72. Also in 75, Elton John was atop the singles chart with Island Girl. In 2005, Black Sabbath is inducted into the UK Music Hall of Fame. In 69, Suspicious Minds by Elvis is atop the singles chart. In 75, the Faces play their final show. And in 59, All for Linda Kearns, due to being in the Army for the first time in nearly 5 years, no Elvis single is on the Billboard charts. But lastly, on this day in 2012, Metal Hammer magazine published a list of their top 10 rock and heavy metal mustaches ever. At the top of that list was Freddie Mercury. As a side note, though, anyone going to the Maiden show tonight in Philly, I will see you there. Poor Kayal Company. I'm, of course, Philip.
Why would you even cover that?
It's unbelievable. Nice work, Philip. All right, it is now time for our McCausland Lock and Alarm Lock of the Week. Business owners, they count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities. Featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience, McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Eagles, 7.5-point home favorites.
Over-under, by the way, 45.5.
Yeah, I like the Eagles at -7.5. I like the over at 45.5, depending on where you shop. Give me the Eagles 34, the Jaguars 23. Birds by 11, but I don't think it'll be that close. I think Jacksonville will make it a little bit more respectable in garbage time.
Dawn, you want to go next?
So my Week 9 prediction is...
Look at this. She even gives you the week.
I like it.
Woo! Is 47. What I mean by that is Eagles, 3 + 1, 4. Eagles 31. Jaguars 16.
Wow.
So it's 47. Which is also my prediction for Tuesday.
Okay. I like that.
Wow, look at that.
All right.
I'm also going to go the over, 45.5. I'm going to do the Eagles 37, the Jaguars 13. And by the way, in case you weren't listening earlier, my FanDuel.com/Greg, I'm also going with this 4-leg same-game parlay. Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown. A.J. Brown, anytime touchdown. Devontae Smith, anytime touchdown. And Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown. A $10 wager can win you $345.
Wow, 34.5 to 1 on your money.
FanDuel.com/Greg. If you want to do that, there you go.
All right, Dawn Show, 6 minutes.
Oh, wait. Phil wants to make a pick, too.
Yeah, actually, I'm sort of on the lines of Dawn. I'm going to go 30-17. Also on the over, but with that 47 number.
Okay. So the Jets fan has weighed in on the Eagles game.
My team won, so I can do that.
It's a great win for you guys last night, by the way. All right, Dawn's coming up, top of the hour. What do we have lined up, dear?
Yeah, right at 10 o'clock, Kathy Barnett, live. Let's talk to a strong, conservative, Republican woman and get her take on, as we TikTok, as we just are counting the days till Election Day. So she's been very busy. Hear the update from Kathy. Great show today. A lot of breaking news. We'll break it down.
All right, Dawn Show, top of the hour. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. We will be back on Monday at 6 a.m. And just remember, when it pertains to Mark Cuban,
he's just a wang.
Natural disasters happen every year.
fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Are you working out, eating healthy, and doing all the right things and still struggling to lose weight? Don't get frustrated. Get answers. You could be having difficulty because of your metabolism. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach, revealing how your diet and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture of how your body burns carbs and fat, allowing you to develop a game plan and see results. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. With just one breath, Lumen offers insight into what's happening with your body and promotes optimal metabolic health for easier weight management, improved energy levels, and better fitness results. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code Radio55. That's promo code Radio55 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code Radio55.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navient Takeless